All right, let's see if this be working.
Today, we have a crazy situation developing out of Russia. A missile disaster has unfolded. The launch of a missile has turned into a humiliation moment for Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime. This situation and the footage that comes with it is absolutely crazy, and it goes to show that maybe the Russian military isn't all that it's hyped up to be, which I think we've all learned for quite some time with the situation in Ukraine. Now, I want to be clear, some details here are a bit sketchy. There is some gaps in the information. We are going to try to fail as we focus on this absolute missile disaster. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, cost you nothing. Comment. You guys have been great in the comments. Please keep it up. I love seeing all the conversations you guys have, so fire away in the comments. No pun intended. Hit that bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, you guys know the drill. Bottom of the screen, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media.
Okay,
my DMs are wide open.
All right, Joe, calm down.
Let's get into it. Russia's military, going into the Ukraine war, had this perception around it that it was super strong, super elite. They were a threat to, the whole world, probably the second greatest military in the world behind only the United States of America. That perception to some degree has been degraded, shattered, whatever you want to say, as we have been seeing the fighting unfold in Ukraine now for almost 4 years. The United States invaded Ukraine, the war would have been over in a week. We all know that. Russia, 4 years later, has really failed to take its most key objectives and has been halted in the east for the most part, where the fiercest fighting continues to rage on. While that has been happening, Russia has been testing a series of new super weapons. I believe they have a total of 6 super weapons that they have designed.
What do you mean they're making wonder weapons
that can pretty much end the world? They claim they have a cruise missile that stayed in the air for 14 hours, and I think they said went like 14,000 miles. How good is all this stuff?
Lagging,
it really remains to be seen. Russia claims that these weapons are incredible. I'm skeptical that they're as good or as realistic as the Russians claim. But one thing Russia does have is long-range ICBMs, and they've had them obviously since the Cold War, and that is part of their nuclear arsenal and their deterrent. Well, they had a little bit of an incident. So it says Russia's ICBM test fails in mid-launch explosion, and guys, the video footage of this is absolutely crazy. So it says right here, this is from Defense Blog, Russia has suffered a failed intercontinental ballistic missile test after a launch at the Yanzi range in the Orenburg region ended in an explosion only seconds after liftoff. The missile rose roughly 200 to 400 meters before detonating in midair and crashing back to the ground, leaving behind a visible purple toxic cloud. The incident occurred at the Yanzi launch site, a location that hosts both Cosmodrome and a base for Russia's strategic missile forces. It is one of the few facilities in the country capable of launching long-range missiles, including ICBM equipped with nuke warheads. Defense outlet Express reported that the color of the cloud is characteristic of a highly toxic propellant used in certain Soviet-designed missile systems. The report said such a color is inherent only the missiles that use rather toxic fuel, nitrogen tetracide, and unsymmetrical dimethyltrizine, better known as Omli and Heptyl. I probably butchered those words. I apologize. So you can see here the pink in the cloud, or the purple in the clouds. So it says the hypergolic chemicals are common in heavy liquid fuel ICBMs, such as the R-36M2, known widely as Satan, and the newer systems such as the RS-28 Sarmat, which Russia has promoted as its next generation strategic missile. So those are the details of what happened. And now we have some video footage here that I'm going to put on the screen. This is the footage of the missile blowing up shortly after takeoff. This is beyond pathetic for the Russian strategic rocket forces or missile forces, whatever it's called. Let's watch it.
I heard they destroyed their own base with this.
Fuck it out.
So you can see it's starting to fail. It's turning upside down.
Oh, it's this one.
Да ну нахуй. Что за...
And down it goes. Boom.
А, нихуя, я думал вниз полетит. Да это...
You can see it falling there.
Ебать.
Boom.
Да ну нахуй. Ебать.
Big boom. Big
Блядь,
bada
держите
boom.
меня, я снимаю.
Watch it again. I'll speed it up for you a little bit.
Да ну нахуй.
So you can see it going up, turns upside down.
Да ну нахуй.
Well, there might be a problem.
Explosion right
нихуя,
there.
я думал, вниз полетит.
And then you can see the rest of the rocket,
Да это...
missile falling right there to the ground.
Ебать.
And then boom.
Да ну нахуй. Ебать. Блядь, держите меня, я снимаю.
Absolutely insane. And then we have another angle of the footage right here. Put this on the screen for you. Not good, folks. Not good for the Russians. Pretty embarrassing, pretty humiliating. If anyone knows what these people are saying in Russian, let me know in the comments below. Absolutely wild. Now, it looks like the United States might have known this was coming because they flew a Cobra Ball 612662 deployed to Anchorage at Joint 624128, which flew from Kadena some time ago. The flight was not tracked. It seems a Russian missile test is afoot that they do not want to miss. Could this be the Sarmat test from an alternate location since the dedicated test launch silo was destroyed during the last launch? So the United States apparently knew this was coming or gathered intelligence that this was coming, and we sent a plane up to Alaska with specific technology designed to monitor this situation and gather evidence. But the missile launch failed. Now, there are a couple of options for what this missile could be. So this was saying it was a UR-100N. This is possibly what it was. So I'll put this up on the screen. This is the URN missile stage or booster and the warhead. So it says the UR-100N, also known as an RS-18A, is an intercontinental ballistic missile in service with the Soviet and Russian strategic missile troops. The missile was given the NATO reporting name SS-19 Stiletto and carries the industry designation 15A30. So it started being made in 1975. It is still in service right now in the Russian arsenal. That is one option. The other option they're saying is the R-36. And the R-36 is a family of intercontinental ballistic missiles and space launch weapons designed by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. The later versions, the R-36M, also known as the RS-20, was produced under the GRAU designations. 15A14 and 15A18 was given the NATO reporting name of SS-18 Satan. So that is this missile right here. So this is one of the options. This is a long-range nuke-armed missile that can hit anywhere in the world for the most part, I believe. It can hit anywhere in the United States. That much we do know for sure. So that is still in use. That is one of the three options. The other one is the RS-28 Sarmat. I believe this is the one, and this is the one that was developed in 2023. This is one of the super weapons the Russians have. It is often referred to as the Satan II. And then we actually have... So the Sarmat is one of 6 new Russian strategic weapons unveiled by Russian President Vladimir Putin. The missile officially entered operational service in September 2023, and we have video of it. I'm going to share this. We'll go full screen. This is video of the missile, the Satan II or the Sarmat, one of the super weapons.
Pretty cool. That yellow shit looks toxic as fuck.
Another angle of the Sarmat.
See this shit on the ground? Looks like fucking betadine in gas form.
See the booster kick in right there.
See That bit. Look at that. That looks toxic as fuck.
Kind of even see some more core patterns. So if I had to bet on which one of the three that blew up,
Go back. Go back to that bit there. Just when it pops out there. That's so interesting. Watch it boost the bottom bit off. Pop. Isn't that fucking interesting?
So I'll pull that off the screen now.
Fascinating.
This is about as embarrassing as it gets. Russia's out here trying to posture as some dominant global superpower, and they've got missiles that they can't even correctly launch, which...
Lomao.
So, like, I was checking Black Friday sales for specific games that would be interesting on stream, and one of the ones that's not on sale, but it's only $10, I went to look at its page, and it has the option to buy a 4-pack for $30. So you get 3, buy 3, get 1 free, because it's like a good game to play with friends over Steam, because you'll have your own world together where you can like build up your forces and stuff. But I've never seen that before in a game, and I think that's so smart. But then you have to have 4 friends, you know?
Yeah. That's the difference, isn't it?
Which is good news for us. If their nuke arsenal doesn't actually work as intended, that is not much of a deterrent for them now, is it? And if their nuke missiles don't work, they can't know for certain if they fire them at us, they're actually going to work. We know our missiles work. We just fired a long-range ICBM not that long ago, like a couple weeks ago. We fired it something like thousands and thousands of miles from California into, I believe, an island somewhere in the Pacific. Granted, that missile obviously did not have a warhead on it. It was, I believe, a Minuteman missile, and it worked just fine. It functioned as designed. The Russians go out there and try to do it, and the missile blows up in the air. Tough look for Putin. Nothing short of a humiliating look for Putin. And while this is happening, they're trying to test these missiles to scare people while the war in Ukraine continues on, trying to gain leverage, whatever it might be, and it blows up 200 feet in the air, comes crashing back down to earth. Yet again, the Russians just continue to prove their incompetence. They continue to prove they're not nearly as elite as they pretend to be. And you kind of almost got to chuckle at them. You really just got to sit back and laugh at what a joke they've been revealed. Now, they're still a threat. They're still flying fighter jets into NATO airspace, flying drones into NATO airspace. The killing in Ukraine is obviously horrific. It is nothing short of disturbing, disgusting, and graphic and gruesome. But this, you can't even get your missiles to work? Come on, Putin. You can do better than that. We know you can do better than that. But I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. What do you think of this failed Russian missile disaster? Fire away in the comments. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Huge boost to the channel. Hit that bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. Instagram, David_Oakstead, X, deal.
Cool. I got so many videos to watch. Let's fucking
Cox.
go. Let's start with this. Oh. Need to add my screen. There we go.
I think we can all agree that ISIS is the worst of the worst.
They're more extreme even than Al-Qaeda.
A savagery unseen.
This is an evil, sadistic, monstrous enemy.
But the truth is that there would be no ISIS had it not been for the American-led invasion of Iraq, because ISIS is blowback.
This is why I put it on.
Remember 2003?
So, hang on. I just want to say,
the war in Iraq.
it's both correct and not correct. You know what I mean?
know. Yeah.
It's just the I don't like framing everything as blowback because it subscribes to this cause and effect theory, and like while that makes sense on like a physics level, I mean, where's the blowback on Israel for all the fucking countries they've bombed and interfered in?
That's true.
Was it October 7th? No, that was just to do with Gaza, you know? Like, it wasn't an international thing. Like, in the past, multi-coalition forces invaded Israel. Maybe people would say today, Israel bombing them is blowback for that. You know? And so,
Maybe.
like, blowback in a way can justify imperialist actions if you subscribe to that type of theory.
Yeah.
But that's just not how things work.
Yeah, it's very simplistic. Like,
The
boiling
more
down-
power you have, the more you can get away with.
Yeah. It is also very simplistic and boils down ISIS to something consumable for the normie. Mm-hmm. Which is the whole point of it.
A brutal dictator was toppled, Iraqis celebrated in the streets, and George Bush declared mission accomplished. But of course, it wasn't. And in fact, that mission led both directly and indirectly to the founding of ISIS in 2013.
That's better.
How so? Well, to start, foreign military
Both directly and
occupations breed
indirectly is a
violent
better thing to say
insurgencies.
than the
They always
hook in the
have.
beginning, which I know is just there to
Within
be a
weeks of the
hook.
fall of Saddam Hussein, US soldiers had morphed from heroic liberators to brutal occupiers. In Fallujah,
And we
which
have
began to become an ISIS stronghold,
interviews with
US
some
troops
people who were there during the invasion, talking about how how quickly things changed in a year.
Yeah.
To go along with this, I saved a thing about U.S. war crimes.
Okay. I might have that up as well, but I'll check.
opened fire on a crowd of peaceful protesters, killing and wounding dozens. At Abu Ghraib,
hang on, go back. You see what he just brought up?
To become an ISIS stronghold, U.S. troops...
Right? Remember how often I say the focal point for what happens in Fallujah is that multiple times protesters are open fired upon. There's very little coverage you can dig up of this today.
Really?
You're behind flowers. Can't see you.
I know. I'm putting socks on because my feet are cold.
Opened fire on a crowd of peaceful protesters, killing and wounding dozens. At Abu Ghraib, the US military rounded up hundreds of Iraqis, many of them completely innocent, and tortured them in horrific ways. The shootings, the torture, the general chaos helped drive thousands of Iraqis, especially from the minority Sunni community, into the arms of radical groups led by brutal gangsters such as Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. The same groups.
I love that he described him as a gangster as well. I'm curious how much of the script he wrote and how much of he's reading.
US occupying authorities disbanded the Iraqi army overnight, a move that shocked even senior Bush administration officials back in Washington, D.C.
This idea to disband the entire army was one that came as quite a surprise to me. We had a lot of out-of-work soldiers.
Yep, 500,000 or so Iraqi men, not just unemployed and pissed off at the Americans, but well-trained and heavily armed. Overnight, they became what Colin Powell would later call prime recruits for insurgency, as one ludicrously eloquent and informed college student told President Bush's younger brother Jeb not so long ago.
The threat of ISIS was created by the Iraqi Coalition Authority, which ousted the entire government of Iraq. Your brother created ISIS.
Today, it's no coincidence.
Your brother created ISIS.
Consists of former top officers in Saddam's army, or former army. Now, I know what you're thinking. How did secular Baathists, Saddam's people, end up fighting alongside Salafi jihadists?
He said disbanded the Iraqi army. I would have liked him to specifically say the de-Baathification as well, because the de-Baathification is part of that disbandment of the army.
Yeah.
Which, you know, people had to work, which led to their skill set being used by groups like Al-Qaeda who would pay them to record hits on military.
Hello, the thing is that Europe doesn't want the Russian invasion to end. They want a peace treaty because the program to get more weapons. See, this is the funny thing about the Russian-Ukraine war. It's over when Putin leaves. He can literally leave, and it's over. So, like, anytime somebody proposes, like, oh, well, Europe wants the war to continue. No, Ukraine doesn't want Russia to occupy its territory, so they are still fighting. If they didn't want to fight anymore, they would have accepted Russia's bullshit peace plan, which gave them immunity for shit like Butcher. So no, Europe doesn't want the war to continue. Ukraine wants Russia to leave It really isn't that complicated. Like, when was the invasion? 22? February 22? So what, we're almost on the 4th year. And you are still unable to figure out that the Russian narrative is complete bullshit. To the point that people still to this day, I see that one fucking image of the Western media before the invasion, and it's like all the Azov shit. And then the media afterwards, oh, Ukraine's all good and shit. Ignoring all of the Nazi connections in Russia to LARP as anti-Nazi.
You want to see a video I could
literally
only get
Donald
5 seconds into?
Who supports Nazis. Like,
check out this video I only made it 5 seconds into.
Oh my god.
This fact started with the fact that the American officials, before anyone else, said verbally with the tongue, like John Kerry, like Hillary Clinton, and many others, when they talked about their role in supporting Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan in order to be a tool against the Soviet Union at that time.
Hang on. Let me stop you right there. When was Al-Qaeda formed and when did the Soviet Union fall?
Al-Qaeda would have been the late 90s. And the Soviets fell in 89. I think they pulled out of Afghanistan earlier than that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 86?
Amazing, isn't it?
Hmm. That's not looking shit up.
How
That's
these
just
things
going
don't
off the
overlap.
top of my head. Amazing. It's almost like this guy was a dictator who slaughtered people and lied for a living. And now he's playing CSGO in Russia.
Like, I know what he's referring to, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
the Mujahideen.
Well, no. He's, like, referring to a specific Hillary Clinton quote. Where she talks about, like, we're fighting the guys we funded.
Yes, okay.
Which was not Al-Qaeda.
It's the typical narrative. It's just like... This is like Putin going to Trump and saying, if you were president, we wouldn't have invaded. Like...
Did
it's
Putin
so
say
funny
that to
that
him?
people...
That's so funny.
Yes, he did. Yep. He said it in the speech in Alaska while he was standing next to him. Said, well, if Trump was president, we wouldn't have invaded.
But, like, you see, like...
blowback.
Literally feeding him his narrative back to him. It's hilarious.
Nothing really Media Hassan has said here, but I'm still being critical because...
Need to be.
Why not?
The US helped introduce them to one another, which leads me to my last point, Camp Bucca. That's the name of the post-war US detention facility in southern Iraq, in which around 100,000 Iraqi men were held. Again, many of them were completely innocent. It's where jihadists, ex-soldiers, and...
So I had someone posed a question online, and they were like, was Gaddafi really a bad guy? I'm like... He was a prolific rapist. Yes, he was an awful person. Like, it doesn't discount what like the people that he backed, and it doesn't discount the stuff that he did, but it also doesn't discount the fact that he thought himself above literally everybody else. I am the king of the Arabs. No, you're not. Okay, I'm the king of the black people. No, you're not. So, I was wanting to unite everybody. Why do you hate me?
What he's saying right here about the camp.
Yeah.
So, like, this is what we talk about, where this is a heavy thing that Ace and I were pushing when we were doing interviews, is that these extremists exist because of the Arab prison systems.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right? So if all these guys are radicalized in prison, what do you think happens when you put them in prison and you're also arresting a shitload of innocent people? Innocent
prison radicals,
people.
Yeah.
And then torturing those innocent people at places like Abu Ghraib. How do you think that works?
It definitely had no negative consequences, I'm sure. I'm sure that everything is just perfectly fine.
Yes, ordinary Iraqis met, networked, recruited, and radicalized in what a Camp Buka guard would later call
They should invade the top guy for his gay ass hair. Thank you.
Camp Buka and other military facilities ended up being luxury radicalization centers.
It then became a management seminar for upper echelons of ISIS.
There were large numbers of people who weren't against them in the first place when they went into Buka, who were very much against them when they were released.
Oh dear. One former Buka detainee was none other than Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi.
Yep.
You might have heard of him. He's the
both
founder of
Baghdadis,
ISIS.
I believe.
Yeah, that guy. According to Iraqi terrorism
there was a
Sham al-Hashimi,
Baghdadi before Baghdadi.
Baghdadi got
Yes,
more
there was.
radicalized in US detention, where he, quote, absorbed the jihadist ideology and established himself. Thanks, Camp Buka.
What's important is that
the US built,
it's not
ran,
just the
supervised,
jihadist ideology
for
that
the
gets
guys who
absorbed
go
there.
on to create-
So what ISIS specifically did in Iraq is very interesting because it's not something that we see Al-Qaeda doing, but like the movement in Syria that ends up ousting Assad also does kind of grow out of this as well, where they combined this like nationalist type persecution among them because obviously they're specifically targeting and arresting Sunnis in these camps, right? So it's like a Shia led government who's also clear, like everyone knows this guy's Iranian backed, right? So you have two different empires occupying you, oppressing you. You think that you've been oppressed, and that sells this specific idea of needing to wipe out the Shias for the good of Iraq because they're oppressing the true faith. And this sort of plays into Syria. Like when I was interviewing guys who, ended up would later be part of like HTS and stuff when they were in like Al-Sham and Al-Ansar and all these different groups. Like the most notorious like ones who did the worst crimes, they were all very hyper-nationalist. They had a very hyper-nationalist edge. There was not a lot of like jihadist rhetoric going on with them, right? And this is like as ISIS is taking foot. So because ISIS also offers this like Sunni superiority type complex, that also like to keep in mind, like there was a huge Kurdish element in ISIS, right? So like they also had this weird inclusivity that we see a lot of fascists in America having now. You know, where you have Nick Fuentes and Emilio of the Proud Boys. That's his name, right? Emilio Torres. Who's the Proud Boys guy? Gonzalez, Juan Gonzalez.
It's something Hispanic.
But you know what I mean? Like there was this inclusivity thing where
Enrique
they're showing.
Tarrio.
That's what it is. I think. Anyway, but like they do have this type of thing that they're kind of selling to people, where it's like this happens with all Mujahideen with the unified front type thing. But like ISIS really took it to the next level, and it's because of Zarqawi being insane.
Yeah. And
thinking the Shias need to be destroyed way back in like 94 when he first meets bin Laden.
Is that the guy that bin Laden rejected?
Yeah, he gives him $100 to fuck off.
This is madness.
Him and others were able to write their contact details on the white elastic of their boxer shorts, the prison-issued boxer shorts, and that was a way that they networked.
As one former ISIS commander told The Guardian, if there was no American prison in Iraq, there would be no ISIS now. Buka was a factory. It made us all.
If there was no
built our ideology.
prisons in general, though, there would be no ISIS, right? Like, it's the way these prisons functioned and the way they persecuted people specifically for their faith that allowed the jihadist to radicalize them. I mean, imagine if people were being arrested in America for being too Christian. What prison gangs do you think would form out of that?
Nazi ones.
You know, would they not be a spitting image of ISIS where they use this Christian
Yes.
persecution type thing?
Mhm. We're not far from it.
Cullen, former advisor to both General David Petraeus and Condoleezza Rice, and widely considered to be one of the world's leading experts on counterinsurgency.
Biggest strategic screw-up since the invasion of Russia by Hitler in 1941 was the decision to invade Iraq in 2003. There undeniably would be no ISIS if we had not invaded Iraq.
Ooh. Listen also to the former president of the United States.
ISIL is a direct outgrowth of Al-Qaeda
This
in
is-
Iraq that grew out of our invasion,
Oh,
which is an example of
man.
unintended
That's
consequences.
the thing. Is this is putting all the accountability on America, which is fine because ultimately it is true that they would not exist without the U.S. invasion. But like the Iraqi government is also there. Like there's so many factors. It's an understanding of all these factors. Just like how when they did studies of how Nazis rose in Germany, that's kind of the thing. It's just like it wasn't just one thing that led to the Nazis. You need to understand all of it.
I don't disagree.
AKA blowback. But the current president of the United States has his own theory. He's claimed ISIS is a result of the withdrawal of US forces from Iraq by Obama in 2011.
That's not wrong. That's not wrong either, though. Trump's not wrong here either. I'm sorry.
With these bad policies, that's why ISIS came about.
I'm sorry,
If you
it's
would have
true.
done things properly, you wouldn't have had.
No, it's true.
Therefore,
It's
he's the founder of
100% true. And it's funny for Trump, of all people, to criticize a hasty withdrawal after he fucking locked one in Afghanistan. well, this is before, but anyway, like, so, like, not only was the U.S. withdrawal hasty and gave a date for when the jihadists to rise, they didn't care about then all the Sunnis getting purged from the government while this is going on. So, like, if the U.S. didn't withdraw, there would be no tank parked outside those Sunni offices, which would have led to ISIS not rising. Trump is also correct. Crazy.
Trump has it
I didn't know he said
It
that.
wasn't the getting out, it was the going in.
At this hour, American and coalition
It's
forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
There was no ISIS in Iraq before we invaded. We helped put ISIS in Iraq and beyond. Yes, the Iraqi government's corruption and the Syrian government's repression also contributed to the rise of ISIS, as did a vicious Salafi jihadi ideology funded by some in the Gulf.
He at least
But you
included
can't
this.
get away from the original sin of 2003 and the blowback from that invasion. So when it comes to the world's worst terrorist group, remember, we sowed the wind, and now we all reap the whirlwind.
Might look at reporting on the court case if there's a talking head.
Said there was a video you saved?
Yeah. On, this is Corn Smut. Scroll through the streaming fund. Right there. Historian reacts every U.S. war crime in 20 minutes. Every major U.S. war crime.
Welcome back, everyone, to another reaction video. That my friend
Okay,
Mr.
pause.
Terry did this one.
Predictions?
It's
What's going to be on here?
Stuff. It's going to be the typical stuff. It'll be like the massacres in Vietnam, maybe Korea, probably a bunch of Afghan stuff.
What about
Iraq,
the
Fallujah Bridge,
Philippines?
probably. Maybe? Yeah, maybe. Might be a bit old.
I think it says every.
I guess we'll see.
days ago, so I thought I'd take a look at it myself. This is from the Paint Explainer, who has almost 1.7 million subscribers now. He's doing quite well, and this is one that has 3 million views already, just in the 2 weeks that it's been out. It's going to be a bit of a controversial topic, but it's the kind of thing that we definitely need to talk about to have a full, complete picture of history. This is every major U.S. war crime in 20 minutes, and I'm looking at the thumbnail, and I see at least one or two that I can think of that aren't there. So if you think of one that doesn't get mentioned in this video today, let us know in the comment section below. Obviously, everybody has their own description of what is a war crime versus what is.
I just want to also state that this guy is
war. Some people would say that
unapologetically a right-wing Protestant.
Bombing of Dresden or of cities in Japan. That those were war crimes.
Which is why I also saved. He had a video on Protestantism. I saved as well.
So everybody has their own thoughts on that. But let's go ahead and dive into this one.
My Lai Massacre. On the 16th of March 1968, in the Vietnamese village called Sun Mai, U.S. soldiers carried out what became the largest massacre of civilians by American forces in the 20th century. Between 347 and 504
I love that it's in the 20th century, not
most
ever.
of them women, children, and the elderly were killed.
So you might ask yourself, how on earth do we not know? You know, that's 150 or so difference between one number and the It just depends on the source. The 300, the low number there, I believe, is the official U.S. military number, which it's impressive that we even acknowledge that there were that many. Other sources have the higher number.
Many women and girls, some as young as 12, were before being murdered.
Yeah.
Bodies were mutilated, homes were burned, and livestock was slaughtered.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can't even, like you could try to make an argument that, you know, this is the nature of this kind of warfare when you're dealing with irregular combat where often civilians are like bombing and doing different things, and you know, a lot of that kind of stuff was happening. But you can't even make the argument that, well, we didn't know who the enemy was, because the only way you could even try to make that argument is if you just killed them. But the fact that they were committing these other kinds of atrocities on these young girls especially shows that they weren't even like this was combat. This was just straight up evil is what it was.
Witnesses described women using their bodies to shield children, only for soldiers to fire into them. One ditch alone held more than 70 dead. Then, platoons went hut to hut, killing entire families.
You know what I want to know about My Lai?
Soldiers later testified that their
I want to know
destroy everything, leave nothing.
The percentage of conscripts involved.
That would be an interesting question, yeah.
Treat anyone still there as the enemy. One soldier intentionally shot himself in the foot to avoid taking part. A few, like Michael Bernhardt, refused to kill and later helped expose what happened. The massacre might have been even worse if not for Warrant Officer Hugh Thompson Jr. and his helicopter crew. Flying low over the village, they saw women and children being slaughtered, and at one point, Thompson landed between U.S. soldiers and terrified civilians, ordering his own gunners to fire on Americans if they kept killing. He personally evacuated survivors by helicopter.
Nah, for real, if you're in a helicopter and you got a gunner and people are gunning down civilians, kill them.
You want to hear a take
Unload
I have
that
real
Gatling
quick?
machine gun. Huh?
We need a medal for refusing orders like this.
I agree. I completely agree. Like, refusing unlawful orders should be something that you get commended for, not punished.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is chain of command. Chain of command is ordering it, and you refuse.
Like, this guy deserves a medal for doing that.
I agree. So does the guy who stopped it with the helicopter. But
That's what I'm saying, is the guy who stopped it with the helicopter and then saved dozens of civilians.
Mm.
You only get medals if you save your fellow soldiers, not lives.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. But
it is a military, so...
Yes.
You know, like, they don't think like regular-ass people.
Do you think that soldiers would open fire like that from a helicopter if they saw their own people killing civilians like that? It's a pretty drastic measure, but honestly, if they're not thinking about it, I'd say they're too far gone. I saw them committing war crimes. I'm gonna stop them. What do you want me to do?
saving dozens.
When these kinds of horrible things happen, when war happens, and this is going to be a common theme through all of these, we've talked about this before, is that when you remove the restraints of a civilized society that normally exist, like for us every day right now, when you remove those restraints and you put people in...
I think Vietnam was also a unique case because it was conscripted, because it wasn't regular military. If it was regular military, like if there was something like this happening in Afghanistan and regular military there, that's not happening. They're not stopping them, and they're not shooting on them to stop them. It's never going to happen. I feel like this is a very unique case.
Also,
where,
like I've pointed out, like the way the U.S. acts today was something that didn't exist, and it doesn't exist for any other army. You know? I mean, that's not necessarily true, too, because, like, it's not like everyone except one Australia was out of control. There's only one guy, you know? There isn't a lot of stories of Australians being really bad, just sometimes flying some flags that are naughty. Maybe some supremacist views and stuff, which is very, very minor, considering it's a fucking organization designed to kill people that says they're doing protection. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it also depends how dehumanized the enemy has become as well. Because I think that Vietnam, again, was a unique situation because there was so much destruction, so much panic from the civilians.
But also, I think it needs to be pointed out, this was a South Vietnamese village, the people they were protecting.
Yes.
Which is why somebody said something the other day, stupid, about Russia's invasion to protect Russian-speaking civilians. And, like, it's hilarious because arguably, like, they've probably killed more of a disproportionate amount of Russian speakers in those early days of the war than Ukraine did, as in Ukraine also killing Russian soldiers who spoke Russian, you know what I mean? Like, Russia arguably probably killed more people who spoke Russian in those early days of the war.
Yeah.
Than Ukraine did. And so I commented, the U.S. did a better job protecting South Vietnam than the Russians did protecting Russian speakers. Specifically referring to shit like this.
I mean, but that's the same excuse that they use to get into Georgia and shit as well. Like, it's a tried and
That's
true
why my
Russian
joke
method.
is so funny.
Yeah.
That the U.S. did better at protecting the South Vietnamese.
This is not untrue.
Into combat zones where their very worst nature can come out. Plus, you put on top of that the stress and the nature of the kind of jungle and irregular warfare that's going on in this war. You throw all of that in there, and some people, they just stop acting like human beings. But other people, it brings out the very best in them. And we see that there with, I believe there were 3 men who were actually recognized by the U.S. military as going out of their way to try to stop this.
First, the massacre was reported as a great victory, claiming that 128 Viet Cong were killed, and the unit was congratulated. Officers up the chain of command worked to hide the truth, but later on, when veterans like Ronald Reidenhauer spoke out and journalist Seymour Hersh investigated, the world learned the real story. When photographs surfaced showing women, children, and babies
back when Seymour Hersh could do real reporting.
In the end,
yeah,
26
before he got
soldiers were charged,
compromised.
but only 1 lieutenant.
Well, he
colonel
might have been
was
compromised.
convicted.
That's what I
He was
say. It's
found
like
guilty of murdering
they might be
22
compromised
villagers
from the
and sentenced
start.
to life in prison, but he served 3.5 years
But-
under house arrest after President Nixon intervened.
Yeah,
Like,
this
what
is
they ended up
really
reporting
the stuff
ended up
that
being breakthrough.
infuriates me about
Like, I fundamentally don't believe that Glenn Greenwald was the one who doxed Alfreda. I fundamentally believed he was given that intelligence. Because who the fuck is Glenn Greenwald? Does he look like a fucking investigative reporter who can fucking go online and crack things?
No.
Do you know about the... Did I send you the thing on the CIA website template thing?
I don't think so.
So, the CIA did this thing where they basically had their informants create websites and then they could communicate through those websites that were created.
Yeah.
But they just used the same template for all the websites, and Iran found out that if you just Google the template, all the contacts for all these CIA informants came up in their country, and then they killed them all, and then told China how to do it, and China killed them all.
Yeah, it's cooperation.
This is that we as the United States military and as the government had an opportunity, while we couldn't undo what was done, we had an opportunity to use this to say, you know what, when we hold people like at Nuremberg, when we hold the Germans accountable for the things that they did, we're also going to hold ourselves accountable for these things. And the absolute crap show that this trial ended up being, not only that only one guy even got convicted in the first place, and that was the commanding officer of this unit, but that then he basically got off scot-free and was able to live out his life, despite the fact that he and his men massacred upwards of 500 people. It's just a real shame and a real stain on the U.S. that we basically brushed it under the rug and said, oops. And, you know, this makes me wonder, too, how many times did things like this happen that we've never heard about? There's an example of one that isn't on the list for this video, where in the aftermath of the massacre that happened like something like 80 or 90 American troops during the Battle of the Bulge, the 11th Armored Division turned around and massacred a bunch of German soldiers. And for the most part, it was covered up. And the only reason we really know any of the details of it is because General Patton wrote about it in his diary.
It doesn't. Did you play Call of Duty World War II?
Yeah, there's probably a lot more
vaguely
stories like this.
Am I wrong, or does that end with you discovering a concentration camp and committing war crimes against the Germans there?
Many of them children at the time.
Couldn't tell you.
One
I didn't
recalled,
finish the campaign.
everyone in my family was killed.
Wow.
They threw me into a ditch full of dead bodies. I was covered with blood and brains. Haditha Massacre. On the morning of November 19th, 2005, in the Iraqi town of Haditha,
Someone's like, why should the dumbest, most violent people on the planet be given access to guns? I'm like, I don't know, ask the police.
Nice. Got him.
a roadside bomb tore through a U.S. Marine convoy. The explosion killed a Marine instantly and left 2 other Marines badly wounded. Within hours, that turned into one of the darkest chapters of the Iraq War. The Marines shot 5 unarmed men who had been ordered out of their taxi, killing them on the spot. Then, they entered nearby houses. Inside were families with grandparents, parents, and children as young as 1 year old. Nonetheless, 19 civilians were killed in their homes, most shot at close range in the chest or head. By the end of the day, 25 unarmed civilians were dead, with the youngest victim being just 3 years old. The Marine Corps' first official story was false. They claimed that 15 civilians had been killed by the roadside bomb, and that 8 insurgents died in a firefight afterward. However, an Iraqi human rights worker filmed the aftermath: bullet holes in walls, bloodstains on floors, and bodies of women and children with gunshot wounds. A Time magazine reporter then began investigating and found that doctors at the local hospital confirmed that none of the bodies showed bomb injuries, but close-range gunshot wounds. A 9-year-old girl who survived said she saw her grandfather shot first in the chest and then in the head, followed by her grandmother. Investigations stretched on for years, and at first, 8 Marines were charged, but case after case collapsed. Some Marines received immunity in exchange for testimony, while others had their charges dropped. By 2008, nearly all charges were gone, and the only Marine punished was Vuteric. He admitted to negligent dereliction of duty, lost rank and pay, but avoided jail. For many Iraqis, this outcome was unbearable, as families who had lost multiple relatives in one morning saw 6 years of U.S. military prosecution end without a single Marine imprisoned. Survivors called it an assault on humanity. Lawyers for the victims urged international courts to take up the case. Meanwhile, the U.S. military paid $38,000 in compensation to some families.
To be honest with you, and 2005 was a time when I was still paying pretty close attention to everyday news. I was watching daily news stories, and probably for another 5 to 10 years after that, I stayed pretty close to the news.
Didn't we just start prosecution again on this massacre?
I don't remember ever hearing about this. And
Really?
I'm curious to know the details and if there's another
Some
side.
Marines,
I'm not saying there is.
some Marines just got
I'm just curious
an
to know
investigation
if there
or
was an argument
something
made by
Interesting.
anybody that it wasn't the Marines who did it, but. I know this kind of stuff happens in war, though, so I wouldn't be surprised that it happened that way. But I just honestly have never heard anything about
November 16th, 2025.
Read up on this.
Two U.S. Marines implicated in killing family in notorious Iraq War shooting.
He said he was an eyewitness, didn't actually see.
So yes, there has been
Marines,
recent.
He just saw the guns. So there weren't any eyewitnesses that could directly say, okay, we saw Marines doing this, but it appears pretty apparent from the actions of the higher-ups and the investigation that was done by the U.S. that at the very least they acknowledged that something went terribly wrong with this. So I think there probably is a lot of truth to this.
It's something.
Yeah, so there's a few.
Kill everyone over the age of
from
10.
the last
Those
month.
were the
There's
words
been a
of
few
General Jacob
new
H.
reporting
Smith
on
during
this
the
massacre
Philippine-American War in what became
the last
known
few
as
months.
the pacification of Samar. His order did not apply only to armed enemy fighters, but to everyone, as he wanted to turn the island into, in his own words, a howling wilderness. The situation leading up to this was already tense, as just months earlier, Filipino fighters together with local townspeople had carried out the Balangiga massacre, where in a surprise attack, they killed 54 and wounded 18 U.S. soldiers.
So you'll notice a common theme here is that in a lot of these situations, these are circumstances in which you have what I referred to earlier as kind of an irregular war, where very often you're dealing with the U.S. being this big superpower with a powerful military fighting against a weaker populace that's not as well armed, and so they tend to resort to guerrilla tactics, often have civilians involved and things of that nature. And you know, the U.S. has been on the other side of that, where that's kind of the war we fought against the British. So this in no way excuses war crimes. They shouldn't happen, period. But there does seem to be a common theme that when men are put into those situations, the stress seems to get to them. And, you know, the very nature of that kind of war leads to them killing civilians who they might suspect or blame for actions by previous civilians.
That's when the U.S. government sent General Smith to Samar, who made it clear that he wanted no prisoners and asked for everyone capable of bearing arms to be killed. When Marines asked him what exactly capable of bearing arms meant, Smith explained that it meant boys as young as 10 years old. Waller himself, the major leading these Marines, partly resisted these instructions, telling some of his officers not to target women and children. Still, over just 11 days, he reported that his men burned 255 homes and killed 39 people. Civilians saw their towns and food reduced to ashes. The number of deaths will never be fully known, but broader estimates suggest around 2,000 to 2,500 civilians were killed. The campaign became infamous in the United States once reports reached home, and Smith was put on trial in May 1902, but not for murder or war crimes. Instead, he was found guilty only of conduct to the prejudice of good order and military discipline.
You know what's fun? Fun statistic. Violent crime has dropped as mass shootings have increased in the United States. Isn't that a fun little statistic? So overall, violence is at a lower point-ish. I think it's gone up a little bit from the last, like, 5 or 10 years. But for the most part, every single country's graph looks like this. Every single country. From the 80s down to, like, the mid-2010s. It plateaus, and I think it's gone a little bit up. But it's mostly just doing this now. The violent crime graph, right? And people are still demanding, oh, we need to ban guns, ban all the guns. But it's like, if the problem is mass shootings, like, cops literally kill 4 to 5 times more people every year than mass shootings, right? If the problem is guns, then the mass violence wouldn't be mass violence, right? And then we watched the video of it from Baltimore the other week, which has reduced murders to 0, I think it was. They said in 365 days there were no murders for maybe one town or one city or one suburb, whatever. There's progress, right? Showing that you can keep the guns available, and it's a societal thing that if you encourage people, that violence isn't the option, because it's a cyclical thing, right? Violence begets violence. We'll use the black community because that's the video that we're watching in Baltimore, right? So you know, you get born into a violent area. You are around people who engage with violence. You learn violence. You enact violence. You die by violence. Or you have a kid that is then born into violence. You die from violence. And then they're left to be fostered by violence. So, like... yeah. I was about to start a rant anyway, so I just continued. So it's like... If you really want to focus on the reduction of violence, you just can't focus on the method of violence. And I think we say this all the time, is that you take the guns away and it's just going to turn into bombings, because it's a deeper societal problem, right? The mass violence, the desperate attempts at being like, oh, well, I want to be relevant, so I'm going to go get my name on the scoreboard, really helps foster this mass shooting thing, even though it is like a relatively, I'm not going to say insignificant, because it's like 1 every 2 weeks or so, unless you're using, depending on what source of information you're using, of course. Some people will be like, oh, there's one every single day, more than one every single day, but most of it is counting like gang violence in Chicago, which that's a different discussion, right? The gang violence, that's a different discussion. That's a really deep societal problem linked back, and Wendy, I'm sure you'll agree with me here, that that's like linked back to probably slavery and Jim Crow. Really is like the inner city youth, the black society being like struggling to do things, leaving people one option, which is violence, and then it brings violence back onto the community, and it's just a shit show. And it's like, okay, guns are getting in, right? There's the problem, right? I think we saw in continue using Baltimore, because that video was really good. The group that in Baltimore got a gun shop shut down that was freely selling guns into the community without background checks, without checking age, all of that shit. Just being like, oh, here's a gun. Have fun. Enjoy the time, right? That's good. Going after whatever, things that you can literally nail down to a root cause of the problem, right? So let's use MSD shooting in 2017 as an example, right? Whatever the fucking loser's name was like killing animals in his backyard. Pretty good indicator the guy's a psycho, right? So, okay, cops were called multiple times, cops did nothing about it. Okay. Event happens, 17 people die, and we get the gun control kids like fucking David Hogg and shit. And then they start talking about removing guns. And it's like, I get it. I do, I get it. You're a victim of a mass shooting, and you want to try and prevent that suffering from happening to other kids. But you're never going to get guns banned. This is the thing, right? So if guns are never going to get banned, why not look for solutions that can go supplementary to the actual problem? If you think that guns are the actual problem, why not look at things that are supplementary to banning guns that could aid in the reduction of this violence? Stuff like community policing. That might not work in these areas, that might be a very specific thing, but community policing is a good example of something that works to prevent gun violence. Community programs, community outreach, giving these kids a place to go to get their frustrations out. Right? I guarantee it's the same thing with the machetes and shit here, that it's just kids with nothing to do, with no purpose, who join up into like nerdy worlds, if you want to call them those. And then go around hurting people. There was a 15-year-old who fucking killed a 14-year-old with a machete. That's fucking crazy. And it's like, you know, they put out machete bins. There's a machete amnesty. Go and put your machete in the bin. And it's like, that's not gonna work. Who's gonna go and put their fucking machete in a bin? You know what will work, though? Giving these kids purpose. Yeah, if the government actually cared, they might actually introduce programs that would help these kids, help minority kids integrate into society and not feel outside. Another source of quelling this problem could be making sure racists don't have a free platform to spew their bullshit. That could probably help as well. I'm sure that having legions of racists calling them monkey and racist shit because they're doing this stuff is definitely going to help them and not make them double down into their actions and behavior. Yeah, I'm sure that that is definitely what's going to happen. Like, there are better solutions, is my main point here. Is like, the lib Band-Aid solution hasn't worked. It's never worked, and it never will work. It just shirks the responsibility to the next guy, and then the next guy has to deal with it when it inevitably re-emerges and gets worse. But I'm Australian. What the fuck do I know?
That seems to be a common theme with this, too, is that the military tends to view these acts as just a breakdown in discipline. That
I will pause this until John gets back.
Australia is being transformed by the US military. In the country's remote north, new runways are being laid, vast fuel depots are rising from the red earth, and hangars large enough to house America's biggest bombers are taking shape on Australian air bases. It's part of a construction surge that now makes Australia the top overseas destination for US military infrastructure spending, more than anywhere in Europe, the Middle East, or Asia. Between 2024 and 2025 alone, Washington has allocated over $300 million for upgrades to key Australian air bases, while a recent US Navy tender worth up to $15 billion covers new infrastructure projects stretching from Western Australia to the Cocos Islands and nearby territories like Timor-Leste. So why is the US military investing so heavily in the land down under? As tensions rise with China, Australia's location has become its greatest strategic asset. It sits just south of the Indo-Pacific's flashpoints, the South China Sea, Taiwan, and vital global trade routes. Close enough for the US to project power, yet distant enough to offer strategic depth and relative safety. While China's longest-range missiles could reach northern Australia, the country's vast territory still provides the space and distance Washington needs to disperse and protect its forces. Combined with its political reliability, that makes Australia the ideal hub for America's deterrence network, a secure platform for bombers, submarines, and logistics across the Pacific. Of course, this isn't entirely new. Australia played a similar role during the Second World War when General Douglas MacArthur ran the Pacific Campaign from Brisbane. But the current scale of US investment and the growing footprint of American forces across Australia in peacetime is something entirely new. Over the next few years, US Marines, submarines, and stealth bombers will rotate through Australia in growing numbers, including plans for a regular bomber task force at RAAF base Tyndall, with facilities for up to 6 B-52 Stratofortress aircraft.
6?
It's part of a sweeping expansion of American forces across Australia, on land, in the air, and at sea, blurring the line between ally and base. Every dry season, around 2,500 US Marines and sailors now deploy to Darwin for 6 months of joint training and regional operations. What began as a small experiment in 2012 has become a fixture of life in the Northern Territory. An annual cycle of troops, aircraft, and equipment moving in and out of Australia's top end. The 2025 rotation included large-scale amphibious and air exercises across the north, from Talisman Sabre to Super Garuda Shield, linking Australia directly with allies in Indonesia, Japan, and the Philippines, alongside US forces. These drills are designed to test new island-hopping tactics and expeditionary base operations, the same concepts that would underpin any conflict in the Indo-Pacific. More importantly, during Talisman Sabre 2025, the US Army deployed its long-range hypersonic weapon to Australia, marking its first deployment outside US territory. Capable of striking targets at hypersonic speeds thousands of kilometers away, the system's arrival in the Northern Territory was a clear signal. The US can now project some of its most advanced land-based weapons from Australian soil. Meanwhile, the US Air Force is deepening its own footprint. B-52 bombers, KC-135 refuelers, B-2 stealth aircraft, and F-22 Raptors have all operated from RAAF bases Darwin and Tyndall, especially during exercises like Pitch Black, which in 2024 brought together air forces from 21 nations.
Damn.
Under new defense agreements signed in 2024, these rotations will grow longer and more complex, supported by the $300 million in US-funded upgrades to runways, hangars, and fuel storage across northern Australia that I mentioned.
Hell yeah,
earlier.
we got our shit upgraded. Fuck yeah.
The US Navy contract worth up to $15 billion was announced for new infrastructure, stretching from Western Australia to the Cocos Islands and Timor-Leste, turning northern Australia and its surrounds into a launch pad for American air and naval power across the Indo-Pacific. The same transformation is unfolding beneath the waves. Near Perth, construction is underway on facilities for a submarine rotational force west, part of the AUKUS pack that will see US and UK nuclear-powered submarines rotating through Australia from as early as 2027. Up to 4 US and 1 British vessel will be based at HMAS Stirling, following early visits, such as the USS Minnesota in 2025. And on the opposite coast, the US Navy made headlines in mid-2025 when 2 vessels, the submarine tender USS Frank Cable and the USS Ohio, a guided missile submarine, docked in Brisbane. It was the first time an Ohio-class submarine had ever moored in the city, the same city that hosted America's submarine fleet during World War II. It comes as Australia is contributing nearly $8 billion to upgrade its naval infrastructure, a move officials say will strengthen deterrence in the Indian Ocean and create thousands of local jobs. Together, these rotations, land, air, and sea, are creating a continuous and growing American military presence in Australia, a presence supported by shared logistics, joint training, and billions in construction, quietly reshaping Australia's role and place in the region. But as the US expands its military footprint across the country, Canberra faces a defining question. Can it balance the ambitions of a disruptive superpower with the realities of living in a region shaped by China's rise? Critics of the American presence warn that this level of integration risks making Australia a target in any future US-China conflict, while eroding it.
I don't know why people fucking say this. Australia is always going to be a target. Like, in no situation where China invades Taiwan, and even if we don't engage, right? We are a regional counterpower to China. We are always going to get involved. Like, it's not even a question. Even if we weren't allies with the US, we're getting involved. It's the same as Japan.
Its freedom to act independently and turning its northern regions into extensions of America's forward bases.
Ooh, puppy dog.
But other voices see the US military presence as necessary insurance, a way to deter coercion, attract investment in high-tech defense industries, and deepen ties with allies who share similar concerns about Beijing's growing influence. For now, Australia's relationships with its neighbors, from Indonesia to Japan, India, and the Pacific, are stronger and more stable than they've been in decades. Many of these countries quietly welcome a stronger Australian deterrent posture, even as they hedge against over-reliance on Washington. In that sense, Australia's future may not lie in choosing sides, but in managing a balance, maintaining US support while deepening regional partnerships that anchor it in a more multipolar Indo-Pacific. Yet the deeper America's presence becomes, the harder that balance will be to sustain. The quiet militarization of Australia has already begun. What remains to be seen is whether it strengthens the country's security or limits its freedom to chart its own course in an uncertain century.
About Shein supply chain that has never been shown on YouTube. I am at a village where local people call Shein Village because here are where hundreds of Shein's manufacturers are located. Today, my brother and I are going to go inside this village and hopefully to capture some footage of Shein's extensive supply chain. Back in 2022, Shein was questioned about its labor violation in its supply chain here in China. Shein then pledged $15 million over 3 to 4 years to upgrade its supply chain, aimed to ensure ethical practice and improve the welfare of workers. Despite these efforts, Shein continues to be questioned over labor practices, including concerns about forced labor and working conditions.
No.
Within its extensive supply chain. About 2 years has passed. Let's see how Shein is doing with this commitment. This village is called Nancun, located in Panyu District, Guangzhou, a city in southern China and home to Shein's headquarters. It has been reported that there are more than 500 large and small manufacturers in the village working for Shein. I do not work for Shein and I'm not a journalist. I'm just a YouTuber who happened to live around this area. And I'm curious to see if labor violations still exist, and if so, why it's still a problem that has not been solved.
Perfect. You know, while John isn't
These
here,
500
Archie can get the
manufacturers form
spotlight.
a highly responsive supply chain that meets all of Shein's needs for its on-demand small batch production model. From design and fabric sourcing to production and packaging, the entire process can take as little as a few hours. Shein has been widely criticized for poor working conditions, excessive hours, and low wages. Today, I want to explore this issue further. Walking through the village, we could see lots of hiring information. I spotted a job board packed with openings in garment production, with people regularly scanning it for full-time or contract roles. We met a worker in the industry who shared insights about the pay rates for some of the hiring positions.
他是这样子的，你看那些计件的，他把工资都写得很高，但是包月的呢，他敢不敢写这么高呢？包月的他就不敢写这么高了。
他计件的话，他是多少钱一件？
这个不一定的，计件的要看衣服那个。
看衣服。他有那个底薪吗？
没有。
都没有底薪啊。
像那个你看纸样、车板，还有那个杂工，这些都是包月的。他1万到1万3，基本工资就可能就是1万，7000到8500的话，我估计就是7000。我们在外面租这个的话，基本上都差不多就有1万2、3的包月的。
那个纸样有1万2、3。
你看他这个才写个1万到1万3，然后你看他凭这写的那么高，你看就这个写的就不靠谱啊。
Why am I monitor?
Just based on what he has experienced, the actual pay rates might be lower than stated.
都有8500左右，他才7000到8500。
I also documented the working environments, which range from large factories to small family-run workshops. To be honest, these conditions may not seem pleasant, but they represent the industry standard for garment manufacturing in China. To better understand suppliers and worker compensation structures, I interviewed a factory owner in Dongguan, China, a personal connection who had previously been approached by Shein.
哇，你點得似慢慢我？
所以你们也没有做Shein？
没有做，
他们也没有找你做？
有朋友介绍，但是我没做。但是那个叫做Shein的话，它快法，它单量大，还要那个其实利润很少。因为我只有3到5块的利润。如果是我自己做的，像我们这种做3到5块就亏死了。
懂。
就它的价格就是在不到5块钱利润，就是它所有的东西都打到底的，就是给工人多少。
对，就是他给工人的单价也是很低。
对，他给工人的单价基本上是。
Hey John, if we do clothing and we do end up going through China, we have to do a lot of work to make sure that the manufacturer is ethical. It was probably just easier not to go through China, but like just an if.
是后者，就是比如说给工人多少钱就多少钱，就基本上没有太多多余的那种，所以没什么利润空间。
了解。It fits my impression that Shein pushes for the lowest possible prices during negotiation to maintain its competitive edge. Because competition in the Chinese market is harsh, suppliers have little choice but to do what Shein requested to stay in business. I am at a village again today, and I want to pretend to be someone who is looking for a job and see if I can talk to anyone who actually work in the industry to get some first-hand information of how they feel about working in Shein's supply chain. But just to know that, like any other industry, wages in the garment manufacturing industry are based on different rules and skills required to perform the task.
你去不去剪线？那个做计件是多少钱？4毛钱一件。
你好，我想问一下，这边工作真的是有1万多，工资这么高吗？
网上睡觉那个整个店高一点。
什么？一般5、6千，不是说都有1万多吗？
看你做什么工种的呀
？OK，要不要加班呢？
要。
这边就说有1万多，我是想来看看。
那有是有。
但要加班是不是？
可能要赚10几个小时吧。
10几个小时才有1万多。主管有吧？就是
8、9千吧。
8、9千。我刚刚看外面招聘写1万6哎。
什么就小什么？很少的，1万多的。
3、400是日结吗？不是。
长工。
长工。但也是计件是啊？有没有底薪啊？
哪有什么底薪啊？
我刚
妈的加班费都没有。
加班费都没有啊？
没有。
他不是计件吗？
是计件啊，没加班费啊。
计件怎么会有加班费？
对啊，就是你做多少件，
不是
paid by pieces made. Wow.
不加也得加，要错。
他为什么要抢？哦，要赶出那个出单。This worker shared that his shift runs from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. with breaks for lunch and dinner. These hours seem typical in the Shein village. After a quick dinner, my friend and I returned to Fillmore. Many manufacturers, both large and small, were still operating at the time.
上面燈火通明。
係啊，加班全部都係。As I film this video, I feel very conflicted. Based on Shein's website, workers in its supply chain, on average, earn more than the average wage in private sector. But Shein does not disclose how these samples are collected without knowing how many hours they work. It is hard to tell if these numbers are competitive. Based on my conversations with people in the industry, observations of job openings, and visit other clothing manufacturing market in the city, I would say pay rates in Shein's extensive supply chain is roughly the industry average, not significantly above. In order to earn the above average income, You would need to take extra shifts and sometimes under high pressure, conditions I have seen Shein's worker describe on Chinese social media.
"20 to 30 steps a day. Wow.
Behind this phenomenon lies Shein's need to meet the demands of its rapid product turnover and tight deadlines, leading the company to turn a blind eye to this labor practice.
Well, that's not a surprise.
China's massive population provides a continuous supply of low-cost labor for labor-intensive industry, something Shein has capitalized on. Of course, we hope that every factory worker can work in better conditions, receive fair wages, and have reasonable working hours. However, in the fierce competition of the market, they may not have better alternatives. The consumer demand for low-cost fast fashion, Shein's need for an agile supply chain, and local government's pursuit of economic growth together create the environment in which this phenomenon persists. I feel conflicted. I see the shadow of exploitation. But this might not just be a Shein issue. This might also be the hidden shadow behind the success of China's manufacturing.
It might just be. That was a pretty good video, honestly. Like, not bad. Who is this woman? Let's have a look. Cool. This seems neat. Subscribed. Let's do this one. These are great. Let's continue doing this.
At the
I'll get
heart of
Archie back
Guangzhou,
on screen in a
one
second.
of China's top cities, just stepped away from its center, high to row, almost swallowed by high rises, Shipai Village. From above, it looks like a great maze. In this area of only 0.73 square kilometers, about the size of 100 football fields, there are more than 3,000 buildings with a resident population of over 100,000. Densely packed buildings and intricate streets make it routine for delivery drivers to get lost here.
As I walk inside this construction, I could feel the air temperature just instantly drop by at least 5 degrees. Because you see there, it's pretty much no sunlight inside this construction.
This place is often called the modern-day Kowloon Wall City by outsiders. Though small in size, it has all the basic amenities. Another reason Shipai Village earns this nickname is that it feels like another city of darkness. The village is incredibly dense, filled with handshake buildings, so close together that restaurants can literally reach across narrow lanes and shake hands.
You see, there's like no gap between these two buildings.
Because the buildings are constructed wall to wall with almost no spacing and setbacks, sunlight barely reaches the ground. Lower floors are often dim, humid, and ventilated only through alley gaps.
Wow.
Like Kowloon's, many buildings were added floor by floor by individual owners without formal urban planning.
Wow.
We are getting a little lost in this narrow passageway here. 呢度冇路啦。唉，有冇路啊？冇。我覺得我哋行唔到。我都覺。
Please don't pee here. Amazing.
OK， 走啦。好啊。好
All
啦，
concrete.
回
That's
家
awful.
啦，回
I hate
家
this.
回家。
This is like some cyberpunk dystopia shit.
You might have the exact same question as I do. Why does the city have such a massive yet chaotic landscape right in the middle of its most expensive district? Here is what I found. Shipai started as a rural village long before Guangzhou's urbanization. The land here is collectively owned by native residents, not by the government. As the city center area expanded, this land became extremely valuable. Yet, it was never fully subjected to the same urban planning regulation as the surrounding zones. That's why we now see the sharp contrasts in the landscape. A dense, almost self-contained neighborhood sitting inside Guangzhou's glittering CBD.
Fascinating.
As I walk through the village, I notice landlords sitting by the entrance of buildings, looking for new tenants to rent their rooms. Here are 2 rental listings I found. Given their price, location, and condition, I think they are quite decent. I saw online that some people describe this place as a slum, but what they don't realize is that many native villagers are actually quite well off. They receive annual dividends from the villagers' collective economy, which includes rental housing, commercial developments, and land use rights. However, it's hard to find concrete numbers since locals tend to keep this information private, but rumor online suggests that annual dividend range anywhere from 7,000 to 120,000 RMB per person.
This is your dog, right? Yeah. It calls what name? Can you touch it?
Meow, meow.
好乖，谢谢你让我摸它。
我家还有一只狗，
是吧？是什么狗狗？
泰迪呀。
Shipai village is crowded and chaotic, but also deeply real. For many dream chasers who wanted to start a new life in a metropolitan city for more opportunities, Shipai village is often their first stop in Guangzhou. It's these very buildings that make it possible for countless migrant workers to build a life in this big city. Here, rent can be as low as 500 RMB per month, enough to get a small room right in the heart of downtown. For many young people coming from other provinces, it is a way to stay in the city and keep their dream alive at a low cost. Just like renting a tiny room in the middle of Manhattan for just $100 a month.
Bruv, that's $100. That's $100 for a month. That's fucking great. I'd live in one of these for $100 a month. That's fucking awesome.
Some people found their first job here, some wrote their first song, and later become stars. Others move on and become tech founders, like Ding Lei, the Chinese billionaire founders and CEO of NetEase, a major internet and gaming company who also once lived here. And there are many who choose to stay, continuing to dream in this village.
This is a cool channel.
City.
I like this.
Shipai village will soon become history. The village now stands at a major turning point. It is scheduled for demolition. This densely packed community of concrete and alleyways will soon disappear from Guangzhou city center. Every staircase, window, and street that once carried daily life will become part of history. If you have the chance to visit Guangzhou, take some time to walk through Shipai village before it's gone.
This is great. I am so happy I found this channel. We will keep this one for later.
This is
Venezuela, quote, won't be hard, according to a senior U.S. official just yesterday. Now, personally, I'm worried that we're underestimating what we're getting ourselves into here. In fact, the Wall Street Journal...
Preston. Shh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Let them fuck up. Let them fuck up, and then we get every single one of them in The Hague for war crimes. Just let them make their mistakes.
Journal just penned an op-ed saying, quote, if Maduro refuses to leave and Trump shrinks from acting to depose him, Trump and the credibility of the United States will be the losers. Trump chose this showdown, and it will cost America and the region dearly if Maduro emerges triumphant. Now, to be clear, we're not talking about a Venezuelan military victory over the United States, which is very unlikely, to put it mildly, but rather the survival of the...
Hey, Preston, that's what America said about Vietnam. How did that go?
Maduro regime could now easily be seen as a U.S. defeat. So let's get into it. Now, if you find any value in these videos, the best way to support the channel is on Patreon. That link is in the description below. We have monthly patron Q&As and then patron-only videos uploaded to that platform as well. Now, it seems like we've been on the verge of war with Venezuela for quite a while now. I mean, all the cards have been there, and this isn't just a matter of reading between the lines. We actually have senior U.S. officials that for over a month have suggested that we might wake up to news that cruise missiles are striking Venezuelan airfields, or at least cartel facilities inside of Venezuela. Just yesterday, we had this as well, where Republican Representative Salazar said, any minute now, which I get it. That's an exaggeration, but this is the kind of language we've been hearing for a long time. Here's Representative Salazar talking about when these attacks might begin.
How long before this happens? What is your prediction? Before Christmas?
Imminent, because...
We're on the verge. You're saying within days we're going to see something happen.
Because this is what we did with Iran, that we gave ample notice to their commercial airlines. Do not overfly the Venezuela. That's exactly what the president has done.
Now, what she's talking about with the airspace being closed is a NOTAM, N-O-T-A-M, Notice to Air Missions. President Trump issued a statement a couple days prior to this being extended. He says, to all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers, please consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. Now, this generally is viewed as an indication that some sort of non-commercial air activity is going to happen. It could be a missile launch through that space. It could be military aircraft flying through that space to conduct strike or reconnaissance missions. It doesn't require that to happen, of course, but it's another indicator that something like this could be in the works. That, of course, is what Salazar is talking about. But Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen actually had a different approach here, saying the reason for shutting down the airspace is to prevent drugs from flowing into the United States, that they're using planes. Now that the boats have all been destroyed, they're using these planes. So shutting down the airspace is one more way to prevent drugs from coming into the U.S. Here's Senator Mullen.
And so President Trump has tried to do this through closing down international water. They continue to ship drugs out. And now they're starting to fly them into the United States through tail numbers that are being disguised as either commercial flights or private flights. And so the president's made it very clear he's shutting down the airspace. And by the way, we gave Maduro an opportunity to leave. We said he could leave and go to Russia or he could go to another country. And the Venezuela people themselves have also spoken up and said they want a new leader and restore Venezuela as the country they used to be, a very prosperous country, but Maduro has absolutely ruined that country.
So for the last few months, we've heard a bunch of different reasons and explanations as to why we need to go into Venezuela and use the military to topple Maduro. And every one of these are actual things, right? So they're true. These aren't like made up reasons, but it's been interesting that we haven't really settled on one. So Senator Mullen here is talking about, just a moment ago, talked about how it's the drugs. And we've heard that brought up over and over and over again. That does align with U.S. policy in the Caribbean right now, going after these alleged cartel boats. We also hear that it's to prevent Chinese, Russian, Iranian, or Hezbollah influence in the region. There's another about minerals.
Pretty sure they just bailed on them, actually. Venezuela won't be helped by Russia or China. Okay. Russia, China, Cuba, Iran. Who's set up? Every fucking time. Offering little more than words of support for the Venezuelan leader as he faces U.S. military buildup. And forcing his ouster. It's probably a pretty good summary of it. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if we want to simplify it down to something consumable for the mass media and the corporate press and all the team sports players, then regime change is probably the best descriptor of what's going on. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Venezuelan oil is dog shit. And while America is upping drilling and exploration in the United States, why the fuck would they want even more expensive oil? Its so-called axis of authoritarianism looks stronger in peacetime. Program for Center for Strategic Studies. Oh, it's CSIS. Okay. Flotilla of American Naval Forces. Trump hasn't said whether he'll escalate the U.S. military campaign to land strikes after 3 months of strikes on boats in the Caribbean. Killing 80 people. Well, we'll see, won't we?
Another still about oil. There's the democracy argument. It's interesting that we haven't really dialed in that messaging across the government quite yet. In fact, moving back to Representative Salazar here, she's kind of going with the old-fashioned, it's about democracy and oil. We're going to open up these markets for U.S. oil companies. Also, drops in here, it's going to be easy. Regime change, going to be easy. Don't ever like hearing that, but here's Republican Representative Salazar.
This is not going to be hard. 80% of the Venezuelans voted for the opposition. You have 8 million Venezuelans in exile. We're talking about the largest reserves of oil in the world that will be doing business with the American oil companies. And that is something that I have made very sure that they understand. American companies in Venezuela for the next 100 years.
All right. Well, you heard it. It's imminent in just days. Congresswoman Maria Salazar.
Thank God for small favors and for President Trump.
Shut the fuck up. Is she Republican? Journalist, author, serving politician, Florida 27th. Republican, of course she is. Okay, it's like a Republican Cuban talking about we need to invade Cuba. How about you shut the fuck up?
So again, we've kind of got this mixed messaging. Going back over to Senator Mullen.
Hey, 27th representative of Florida. Well, 27th district representative of Florida. Maybe you should focus on your own fucking people instead of advocating for an invasion of your fucking home country. You know, maybe that's a fucking good idea.
Mullen here, who's asked directly, are we going to attack Venezuela? And
elaborate?
He veers off of that.
What is Nixon's pardon? Nixon's pardon for who? Or you mean Nixon as in pardoning Nixon was a mistake?
to answer that we're not going to put boots on the ground. And this answer is really important as we get into the Wall Street Journal reporting here in just a moment. But here is Senator Mullen talking about U.S. plans to attack Venezuela.
Is the president planning to attack Venezuela?
No, he's made it very clear we're not going to put troops into Venezuela. What we're trying to do is protect our own shores. We've made it very clear to Maduro and to the Venezuela people, which they're not.
Hey, dickhead, let me get a map up for a second. Venezuela. Alright, so this is Venezuela here. This is America. Not America. America. Not America. America. Not U.S. shores. U.S. shores. Not U.S. shores. U.S. shores. Now, let's see map of where Venezuelan boats were blown up by America. Let's see if this comes up. Might have to use something other than DuckDuckGo, I think. Beautiful. This is what we fucking wanted. Great. Alright, so, just to further reinforce what I was saying. Not US shores. Thanks. Okay? Not American shores. Alright? American shores. Not American shores. Not American shores. In fact, America isn't even visible in this fucking picture. So when you're saying that you're defending American shores,
The ones doing this is
where, dickhead? In Venezuela? How do you sleep at night? Like, people who actively lie like this must be some of the most insecure fucking people on earth. Like, they must... How little principles you must have that you will lie to get people killed in a foreign country because your boss says so. You are the epitome of a cuck.
Maduro that's doing this, that we're not going to allow them to continue to use Venezuela as a terrorist country to ship in tons of drugs into the United States.
You have not proven that this is a fact. In fact, you haven't done anything to prove that what you are saying is true. Yet we continue to see strikes on Venezuelan boats that aren't fucking drug boats at all and are yet to have any evidence shown that they are in fact drug boats. No, all you're doing is murdering people, 80 I believe you're up to, extrajudicially in foreign fucking waters. That's what's happening. And nobody get this wrong. This is what's happening. There is zero fog here. We know exactly what is happening, and it is America conducting illegal military strikes on civilians. Until further evidence is given, and if they had the evidence, they would have given it. Until further evidence is given, that is what has been happening. These are illegal military strikes doing exactly what China does in the South China Sea. Except they're not bombing people in the South China Sea, they're ramming their fucking ships into them so they have plausible deniability. America has no tact
and instead goes straight for just murdering people. At least China wins there, I guess.
United States and continue to kill our brothers, our sisters, our friends, and family on the streets of the United States.
And that's one of the arguments I often hear when we talk about war in Venezuela. People will say it's not going to be war, it's going to be a couple airstrikes. And that leads into this article from the Wall Street Journal where I think I'm in line with this. I think we might be getting in over our heads in assuming that a couple Hellfire strikes or a couple Tomahawks landing in cartel vicinities or on Maduro regime headquarters is going to somehow drastically alter this calculation. And maybe it will. But what if it doesn't? Then what? What if we cannot affect the desired outcome simply through
U.S. forces
the next step then
give
is
the
we either
nod.
escalate, boots on the ground, special operations raids or more, or we walk away. You see how all of a sudden we're putting ourselves in a pretty difficult situation here. The Wall Street Journal just had an article titled "The High Stakes in Venezuela," where they say we think deposing Maduro is in the U.S. national interest, given how he has spread refugees and mayhem in the region. No one should think this would be an American coup. Venezuelans voted overwhelmingly to elect the opposition in the 2024 presidential race, but Maduro refused to cede power. Deposing him in favor of the elected president would restore democracy. And I wanted to start there to show that this editorial board...
There it is. That is the real goal here. And this is why I say that if you want to simplify this down to a buzzword that's consumable for the mass media, for the normie, regime change is what we should be calling it, not oil. Nobody wants Venezuelan fucking oil. There's a reason that Venezuela still has the most. Nobody fucking wants it. It costs so much to refine. It is such heavy, clumpy, crude dog shit oil. Like, this is not the pristine oil that they pull out of fucking Alaska. This is not the pristine oil that they pull out of the Middle East. This is heavy crude. It's not the same kind of oil.
At the Wall Street Journal is on board with Maduro leaving, but they're highlighting what I think is a valid point here, that we are kind of backing ourselves into a corner, and I'm not sure either one of the decisions are going to have broad U.S. support. He says,
here is the only analysis of this situation. Maduro is not the democratically elected leader. This is a fact. He lost. He lost so hard. The opposition fled, ceding ground to him. You can't just go to the US and be like, hey, can you, like, bomb him so the election comes good 12 months after the fact? If you wanted this, you should have approached Biden a month after it happened. But you didn't. You sat getting allies to try and do this kind of shit. And then you win the Nobel Peace Prize and instantly go to Trump to try and get him to fucking bomb Venezuela. How peaceful of you. Like, just because you won the election doesn't mean this justifies US imperialism. It's really not that complicated. Like, yes, Maduro is a piece of shit. Yes, Maduro is a dictator. Yes, Maduro is a tyrant. Is he the head of a drug cartel? Haven't seen any evidence of that. Is he actively sending bands of migrants to take over the US? No, he's not fucking doing that. That is bullshit narratives. Does Maduro deserve what he's about to get? Probably. Does it justify it? No. Imperialism is never justified, no matter how justified you think you are. It's not justified in Russia, it's not justified in China, it's not justified here in Venezuela. It wasn't justified in Cuba, it wasn't justified in Vietnam, it wasn't justified in Korea. It's never been justifiable. It's just been excused. That's all. And all we're seeing here is justification being built for US forces to do US forces shit. And if Russia and China isn't going to support him, I think Russia and China are going to lose out big time here as well. They need to. They need to give him the weapons to fight off the US. like, if they're really vying for this multipolar world that already exists, and they really want to harp on this multipolarity, then they need to stand up against the US in their own backyard. Just like the US is standing up to China in their own backyard, and Russia in their own backyard. Right? This is UN Security Council power politics, the way that they wanted it. You know, if they want to maintain this power politics and maintain the facade that the 5 Security Council's imperialism is pretty okay, that's not bad, then they need to. They need to. Venezuela can't fall.
They say if Mr. Trump withdraws his Caribbean flotilla with Maduro still in power, the Venezuelan strongman will have won. The world will see that he was able to stand up to American power in the Yankees' backyard. If Maduro calls Trump's naval bluff, the president may have to take direct military action to oust the dictator. This includes special forces raids or other boots on the ground. American casualties are possible. This is a much higher domestic political risk than cruise missile strikes or B-2 bomber raids. All the more so when Mr. Trump's isolationist base is saying that he promised to end wars, not start them. But if Maduro refuses to leave and Trump shrinks from acting to depose him, Trump and the credibility of the United States will be the losers. Trump chose this showdown, and it will cost America and the region dearly if Maduro emerges triumphant. So I think this is actually a really important piece to kind of think through, the second, third, fourth order effects of, let's say we do the next logical step here in terms of military escalation and there's standoff strikes with cruise missiles, Hellfires, or maybe even a B-2 bomber raid. And let's say it's very similar to Iran. The strikes are carried out, they come back home, no American casualties, we celebrate victory. But what if Maduro doesn't leave power? I mean, effecting regime change from the air is not an easy thing to do. What if he just doesn't leave? What if the opposition, after those strikes, still is not strong enough or interested in trying to topple the Maduro government on their own? I mean, that's going to be seen right out the gate as the strikes were not effective. Maduro remains in power. We are making threat after threat after threat against Maduro that he needs to leave from multiple U.S. officials. Our adversaries around the world will view that as an American failure, that this one dictator in Venezuela was able to stand up to the United States. I don't know how well that's going to go over in the White House. Do we back away? Do we call it a mission success, even though our adversaries are saying, well, the one thing you wanted to do, you didn't accomplish? Or do we double down? And it's boots on the ground, maybe special operations raids. Anyway, something that would likely lead to a higher possibility of U.S. casualties. That is the type of thing that I don't think is getting enough attention and enough debate right now as we continue the escalation with Venezuela. Now, it is not everyone on board with continuing this or expanding a war down south. Senator Kaine, a Democrat, was asked about a war powers vote that he brought up previously. It failed, but he's saying if there is military action, we're ready to do it again. Here's Senator Kaine.
You have tried twice to pass war powers resolutions that would force President Trump to get approval from Congress first before any military action. Twice you have failed. Do you think the numbers on this will change if there is ground action, and will it even matter at that point?
I do believe the numbers will change. You're right. I along with others, filed a resolution, no war in Venezuela or against Venezuela without congressional approval. It failed, but that was before all of these assets have amassed around Venezuela and before President Trump said that the airspace needs to be closed. I will move with colleagues, Senator Schumer, Senator Paul, Senator Schiff, immediately should there be military action.
All right, so you guys know my stance on this. I think for 20 plus years, we've made a mistake with Congress not taking back this power from the presidency. I understand in the immediate aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, the desire to kind of consolidate this power to make these decisions where to strike around the world to protect the American people. I think we've just let that go loose, and administrations from the left and the right, everyone has taken advantage of it since. It'd be great if we actually put this forward and kind of reined in presidential authority for unilaterally conducting these strikes around the world. I don't think that's coming anytime soon, unfortunately. And Senator Kaine waiting until after military action happens to put that for a vote kind of shows how unlikely it is to even pass now. So that almost comes across a little bit more performative than anything else. The whole idea of that War Powers Act is to say that Congress makes the decision, not the presidency. So why are you waiting for the president to actually carry out that action to then put it to a vote? But either way, when looking at what the next steps might be here, CNN is reporting today that there is a meeting tonight in the White House for President Trump and his national security team to determine where to go from here. They say President Trump will host a meeting in the White House on Monday about next steps on Venezuela. Key members of Trump's cabinet and national security team, including Secretary of Defense Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Kane, and Secretary Rubio are expected to attend, as well as White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. So again, it's just another day, to be honest, where a lot of indications are that we are moving towards military action. Technically, there's a little bit more that's moved in that direction as of late, but if we're being honest, it's a lot of the same signals that we saw probably 2, 3, 4, even 5 weeks ago. So I'm hesitant to say that we're on the verge of any sort of strikes actually happening. But in terms of the messaging and the continued threats towards Maduro, those haven't slowed down one bit. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Learning new details about one of those deadly U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean, sources tell CNN the U.S. military carried out a follow-up strike on September 2nd after becoming aware of survivors in the water. The sources tell us that prior to the strike, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had ordered the military to ensure everyone on board was killed. People briefed on the, quote, double tap strike say they're concerned that it could violate the law of armed conflict, which prohibits the execution of an enemy combatant who is taken out of the fight due to injury or surrender. Now, since September, as you're seeing on your screen here, the U.S. military has carried out at least 21 known strikes on suspected drug trafficking boats, killing at least 83 people. Officials have also acknowledged.
Okay, guys, welcome to the video. So here they're discussing a strike that was carried out in September on one of these suspected drug boats that was bringing drugs into the United States. And what happened was, I think the initial strike, there was survivors that were in the water. And, so they were saying that there was a command given for an additional strike. And, I learned something new every day. So apparently, that becomes a conflict of, that becomes a conflict of law where, if there is like injured or, there was an initial strike, then there'll be another strike. So right now they're discussing that and kind of trying to put it into a certain perspective that, maybe we kind of overstepped and, did something that's against, like war crimes and stuff like that. So, this will be very, very interesting because I've been following these strikes since I first heard of the strikes. And I have a few other videos on my channel, long form and short, about strikes and how, President Trump is definitely on the offense to prevent these illegal drugs from reaching our shores. And so, if they catch you out in those waters, unidentified and, speeding towards our shores with, what they can determine as drugs on your ship, you can bet that, the birds in the sky is going to send down, a Hail Mary on you for sure. And I'm going to just let it play and kind of get a perspective because they have someone in the studio there that's going to get their perspective on this. But, this is very, very interesting.
Though not knowing the identities of everyone on board before they are struck. And this development comes as President Trump says the U.S. military will soon begin land strikes on alleged drug trafficking networks in Venezuela. I want to bring in Beth Stanner, a CNN national security analyst and former deputy director of national intelligence. Thank you for taking the time. I just want to start with getting your reaction to the reporting we have here that double tap strikes were ordered to make sure everybody on board was killed.
Right. If this is true,
yeah,
it's really shocking.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this in the context of Ukraine. And right now, Russian soldiers are being accused of war crimes, and their cases in the International Court of Justice because they're killing prisoners, Ukrainian armed combatants who are prisoners, and they're killing them instead of, keeping them as prisoners. So, I mean, here we have an example of an actual war and war crimes accusation. So here, what does this do, in terms of U.S. moral authority?
Moral
there's reporting
authority.
this week of Israel, of IDF soldiers killing Palestinian prisoners, Hamas prisoners. How can we go to Israel and say, like, you shouldn't have done that? Or Russia?
Yeah. This arena has, we've been talking a lot about Venezuela on a number of fronts. Obviously, there are these efforts that the administration says they're going after drug trafficking boats. There is the not so subtle pushes against Nicolas Maduro that President Trump has been leading. But the president also says that land action would now be part of the administration's effort to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers. I just wonder what you think about that threshold being crossed here.
It's a big threshold,
Yeah.
right? I mean, right now we're in international waters, but when you're talking about strikes in a sovereign country against, these are drug traffickers, bad people.
Prove
but
it.
it's still in
You are
another- in
fucking
another country.
news.
And so
Prove
there usually
it.
has to be a justification. And there is a process for that. You can get
Former
authorization.
national intelligence. That makes so much sense why she doesn't give a fuck about evidence for these claims that she's making. Oh, they're drug traffickers. Prove it. Thought that was Mexico.
For use of military force from Congress.
Make your mind
that
up.
helps on that, but there's an entire legal international.
Who's it going to be next? Honduras? Oh no. Fucking Chile is trafficking drugs. Better invade them.
National legal system too, and that's what people are worried about. Kind of in this context of the video that.
Also, if you're gonna go after any country, why not Colombia? The cocaine place. Thought that was the problem. But no, Venezuela's the drug traffickers. Bolivia. Go turn Tom Clancy Ghost Recon Wildlands into real world.
The
Send
Democratic senators
one
put out
group of 4 people, SEALs or some shit, Green Berets, and take down the entire country's drug operation. Thought America was supposed to be the best in the world. I could do it.
recently about defying illegal orders, and the question about whether people who are conducting them could be subject to, being prosecuted.
Yeah.
So I think that there's.
Okay, so Beth Sander, looks like, yeah, that's her name. But she's a former deputy director of national intelligence. So she's very versed on this subject. And, this is, her career as far as what she, has experience and, information on. And, she's basically saying that, we have to be careful as far as how we approach this Venezuela situation because, we are the first ones to step in and try to tell, Israel how they should handle, their prisoners of war. And as they were saying, the Russians, as far as when they,
Damn, bro, this guy is grinding hard. Like, he has 71 subscribers, 192 videos, and they're all like this. Holy shit, he's been doing it for 3 weeks. Go hard. This is great. Cool. Alright. 3 weeks. I'm gonna give him a like. Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe as well.
capture Ukrainians and held them prisoner, and how we try to advocate for them to release them or keep them prisoner and stuff like that. You know, if we're, you know, double tapping guys who, you know, should have been captured in the water and held prisoner, you know, just to make sure that they're dead, excuse me, then you know, we're in the same boat pretty much. And as she was saying, you know, there's a whole international system where there's laws and stuff like that that, you know, they're put in place to where countries are not able to just overstep, you know, just because they have power and force. They're not able to overstep those lines and do certain things.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting much from this though. Okay, let's learn about Rhodesia.
Often depicted as a stubborn minority of white colonial era settlers, clinging irrationally to outdated structures of power. According to the prevailing view, they were driven solely by racial prejudice and refused to share governance with the black.
I've been saying this a lot, but like, yeah, we've heard all the arguments from people who do this shit, just like we heard all the Nazi arguments in 1945, and we already know what we do with these people. So,
Black majority. Their resistance, we are told, was brutal and oppressive.
Like you
enforced
guys
through
tell
violence
me,
to preserve a racial.
You guys tell me what happened. What happened in 1945 when we heard all the Nazi arguments? Did we let them live? Or did we execute them for their crimes? Hey, that's me. Hey, where camera? Hold on. Be right back. At least the video will be right back. Do you like my flowers? I should change my name and shit. Boop. That one. Edit. Archie.
Racially stratified order that reduced the black population to near bondage. This interpretation, however, is profoundly inaccurate. In truth, the Rhodesian struggle may be one of the most defensible and principled causes of the 20th century.
Bro.
Time has only clarified this reality.
Oh my
European
God.
settlers had, in the span of just a few decades, transformed a largely undeveloped and pre-literate region into a functioning modern society. The infrastructure, economy and governance they built were exceptional, particularly considering what had existed before. This achievement was what they were fighting to preserve. To understand the crisis properly, one must examine Rhodesia's status before independence and before the onset of armed conflict. After the Second World War, Rhodesia, having declined an earlier offer of independence from Britain, faced a crossroads. It could join South Africa in political union, or federate with Northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, and Nyasaland, now Malawi. The British strongly favoured the latter, and the Rhodesians reluctantly accepted.
I'll be back in a second.
The federation,
Gogo
however,
can,
proved short-lived, lasting
can
just
host.
10 years. Britain soon reneged on its assurances and granted independence to Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, while denying the same to Southern Rhodesia. At the dissolution conference, Deputy Prime Minister Rab Butler assured Southern Rhodesian Prime Minister Winston Field that Her Majesty's government recognised the country's 4-decade record of effective self-governance, sound financial stewardship, and consistent wartime loyalty to Britain. On that basis, they were promised full independence. That promise ultimately was not honoured. Southern Rhodesia had long operated as a self-governing colony. Though not formally a dominion, it functioned like one. Its systems of law, education, and public administration were among the most advanced in Africa, providing high standards not only for the white minority, but also for the black majority. Indeed, Rhodesia offered, by far, the best living conditions for black Africans outside of South Africa. Nearly 1/3 of Rhodesia's black population were migrants from neighbouring countries, drawn by the country's prosperity and opportunity. In his memoir, The Great Betrayal, Prime Minister Ian Smith recounts that even British officials acknowledged Rhodesia's outstanding investment in education, healthcare, housing, and infrastructure for its black citizens, far exceeding what Britain had achieved in its more directly administered colonies to the north. The difference, he argued, lay in commitment. While British colonial administrators returned home after brief postings, Rhodesians, white and black, were there to stay. This permanence encouraged long-term thinking and cooperation between the races. The British government clearly saw Southern Rhodesia as a far more developed and responsible entity than its northern counterpart. Yet while the latter was granted independence, the former was denied it. The official explanation was that Southern Rhodesia's political system did not allow for majority rule, but African-led governments were hardly new by this point. Throughout the previous decade, Britain had already overseen transitions to majority rule across the continent, with calamitous results. What followed in nearly every newly independent African state was a rapid descent into authoritarianism, civil unrest, or outright collapse. Democratic institutions, where they were attempted, failed to take root. As Aldous Huxley famously observed, "You cannot translate 'leader of the opposition' into any African language. The closest equivalent is 'chief enemy.'" The parliamentary system introduced by European powers was foreign to traditional African structures of governance, which were often based on centralised rule, customary authority, or clan loyalties. The result was political instability. The Congo stands out as the most harrowing example. Upon gaining independence, the country quickly descended into chaos. Tribal violence erupted, and many European residents, especially missionaries and religious workers, were subjected to horrific violence. The social and administrative systems built up over generations disintegrated.
Boy, what a
almost
video!
overnight. Thousands of white refugees fleeing the Congo arrived in Rhodesia with first-hand accounts of the breakdown. As historian Stephen Mitford Goodson noted, in 1960, sub-Saharan Africa was one of the most prosperous parts of the world, a net exporter of food with little international debt. But this would change dramatically for the worse in the following decades. The rapid withdrawal of European governance had catastrophic consequences. To the British political class, however, these consequences appeared irrelevant. The demands for Southern Rhodesia to surrender power to the black majority only intensified. In essence, the country was being asked to dismantle itself in the name of ideology, and the Rhodesians refused. They were prepared to negotiate, to share power incrementally, to make reforms, but they would not accept the complete forfeiture of everything they had built. Ian Smith was no extremist. Far-right elements in his own ranks frequently criticised him for making too many concessions. A.K. Chesterton described him not as a hardliner, but as a pragmatic centrist. Smith and the majority of Rhodesians understood that majority rule would eventually come.
A pragmatic centrist? As a white ruler in a black country that you colonized and killed everyone to take over? That's moderate?
But they believed it should arrive gradually, through careful planning, education, and political development, not through sudden transfer under threat. If immediate majority rule had been granted, Rhodesia risked following the path of the Congo. That was not a risk Smith was willing to take. His solution was to slowly introduce the black population to democratic processes based on qualifications, civic participation, and readiness. Over time, more and more black Rhodesians would gain the vote. His vision was a meritocratic, multiracial state. In fact, Rhodesia had always maintained a non-racial.
And what do we know about meritocracies in countries that have been colonized?
Voting system, albeit one based on property.
It seems like there might be some romanticism coming from this guy here. Now let's have a look. Ah, look. Wow, that. Yep. Cool. What they don't want you to know. All right, let's do this one because fuck this video.
The 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville revealed just how violent Antifa truly was.
Oh my
They showed
god.
up prepared for confrontation,
Bro.
brawling in the streets with white nationalists. The day ended in tragedy when 20-year-old James Alex Fields Jr. drove his car into a crowd, killing counter-protester Heather Hyde.
Okay, hold on. Oh my god, look at how violent Antifa is. Instantly shows Nazi that killed somebody with a car. at this event. No wonder you suck Rhodesia's dick. A few good men couldn't save your ethnostate, and it won't save America either. Laughing my ass off.
President Donald Trump condemned Antifa immediately, labeling them a domestic terror threat. But the FBI and Justice Department, still run by Obama-era officials, refused to act. At the same time, Democrats and their allies in the mainstream media shielded Antifa, refusing to acknowledge it as a criminal or terrorist organization. This protection continued even as Antifa caused billions of dollars in property destruction, widespread injuries, and deaths. Instead of confronting reality, Democrats and the press falsely blamed right-wing groups for the chaos. Antifa is not a traditional organization with leaders or headquarters. It is a shadowy, decentralized network of radicals that operates through encrypted apps, social media, and secretive local cells. They brag about being leaderless, which makes them harder to shut down. But in practice, experienced activists act as hidden organizers and influencers.
It's almost like anti-fascism has a long, storied history of opposing Nazis.
And while no one person runs Antifa, the group receives indirect support from wealthy Democrat donors and networks tied to George Soros. Ideologically, Antifa is rooted in Marxism and extreme leftist politics.
No, it isn't!
Their agenda goes far beyond fighting so-called racism or sexism. They are openly against capitalism, private property,
Where?
free speech,
Oh, you're
conservative
against
values,
capitalism?
and the United States government itself. They want total control of speech, allowing only what they approve.
Oh my
god,
this guy is a fucking moron.
Their methods are simple: intimidation and violent.
They want total control of speech. Hey buddy, if you're not saying Nazi shit, anti-fascists aren't gonna fuck with you. Just saying. Maybe cool it on the defense of Rhodesia and you won't be called a Nazi.
They engage in street brawls, arson, vandalism, sabotage, looting.
Oh no! My poor property!
Doxing, and even murder. To them, debate is worthless.
Fucking when? Do I need to bring up the graph? Hold on, Terror Index 2025. I should have this saved. Hey, look, here's the PDF in my history because I look it up so much. Alright, page 39. Great, here it is. Alright. Okay, terrorism attacks. Right is red, far left is the black. Right? Oh no, look at all those terror attacks and look at all those deaths. Oh no, look. Oh, is that the left-wing line right at the bottom not picking up off 0? Wow. Wow, I'm sure that what you're telling us is 100% factual and you've done your research.
Believe their enemies must be destroyed physically. And Democrats, rather than condemning them, provide cover and excuses for their actions.
You sure they do?
But the truth is that Antifa's destruction harms the very people they claim to fight for. During the 2020 riots, entire minority neighborhoods and businesses were reduced to rubble. Families lost livelihoods, cities lost jobs, and communities, especially minority ones.
It's almost like this was about police violence and how they kill thousands. But like, that doesn't matter because Antifa has the buildings. Oh, it's a poor little property.
Were abandoned to chaos. Still, Democrats called Antifa a movement instead of terrorism. They lied to the American people, insisting that right-wing extremists were the bigger threat. But the facts prove otherwise. Not
Do
one
they?
Of the
Because I just showed facts
70
and
plus riots
you
that
showed
tore
nothing.
Across America was started by right-wing groups. Nearly every single one happened in Democrat-controlled cities and states.
That's not an argument.
BLM burned their own communities.
Oh no! It's almost like it's almost like the policing issues are in those communities. Oh wow!
involved in violent anti-ICE demonstrations,
Oh
openly calling
no!
for the destruction of immigration.
Poor American shoot stuff. Oh no! You're doing Nazi shit. I can't believe Antifa is doing something against Nazis. Wah.
Enforcement and the overthrow of the US government. Their goals are unmistakable. Eliminate private property, dismantle the government, censor free speech, and establish a one-party Marxist regime through violence. Their history shows the pattern clearly. In 2016...
Oh my god, this decentralized group of cells that have no leaders and no real connections to each other that are linked purely by their anti-Nazi stance is, yes, definitely plotting to overthrow the government, you fucking moron.
Antifa stabbed multiple people at a rally in Sacramento. In 2017...
Were they Nazis?
They used hammers, bricks, and firebombs to attack conservatives at UC Berkeley.
Nazis.
In 2019... Antifa militant Willem van Spronsen tried to blow up an ICE detention centre in Tacoma.
Oh no, poor ICE.
The death of George Floyd in 2020 gave Antifa another excuse to unleash destruction. What began as peaceful protests quickly turned into organised riots in over 100...
Man, isn't it funny how every time you bring up that Antifa was doing something, it was in response to something the government did that was fucked? Wow, don't think too hard about it. Don't think too much about it. Just listen to Donald Trump and Fox News, buddy. You'll be fine.
140 cities. In New York, they broke into Macy's in Herald Square.
Oh no! Can you see the destruction of this bin that's been knocked over? Look at the destruction!
They broke into Macy's in Herald Square.
Oh no, not Macy's!
Across America, they burned cars, attacked officers, and destroyed minority...
Those are cop cars. It's almost like police were the target.
...owned businesses. Officials later revealed that Antifa organisers had pre-arranged bail funds, recruited medics, and planned...
I thought there were no leaders and organisers. I thought it was decentralized. What happened? Yeah, you're really fucking up this narrative here. It's quite shit.
Property destruction in wealthy districts.
Oh no, your property! Oh, your poor property!
Democrats didn't stop them.
Oh, the rich people aren't going to repair the glass.
Promoted bail funds to spring Antifa rioters from jail, sending them right
because
back
they've
onto
done
the
nothing
streets.
wrong.
Some of those released went on to commit more crimes, including the murder of retired St. Louis police captain David.
Hey, the people that Trump pardoned, how many of those have reoffended? How many of those were pedophiles? A few?
Dawn. In Portland, Oregon, Antifa waged war for over 100 nights in a row.
Based.
Businesses were burned, federal buildings were attacked, and Trump supporter Aaron Danielson was executed in the street by Antifa radical Michael Reinl, who was later killed in a shootout with police. The riot...
Let's have a look at that. Let's see what actually happened.
...attacked, and Trump supporter...
Okay. Aaron Danielson. Okay. Okay. Ever since... okay, member of Patriot Prayer in Portland. In... Hey, let's watch this. Watch on YouTube. Whatever. Let's go.
Tonight.
It was a free-for-all and the police were letting it happen. Had I not acted, I am confident that my friend and I'm sure I would have been killed because I wasn't going to stand there and let something happen.
A protester linked to Saturday's shooting in Portland speaks to us about what happened that night. To be clear, he hasn't been arrested or charged. We didn't go looking for him, and we have no information on where he is now. He went to a freelance journalist, Donovan Farley, who brought it to us. We then sent a freelance filmmaker to tape the sit-down. Tess Owen has been covering extremism at Vice News, and she's here to help us get a handle on this. Tess, do we know anything about this guy, and why is he talking to us?
His name is...
Okay, let's pause this.
I got mace in my eyes.
This shooting
sure
happened on a
Wendy-
night that
Wendy
included
probably
violent
knows
clashes between racial
story,
justice
yeah.
activists and a group of Trump supporters who rolled into town for their own demonstration. For more than 90 consecutive nights now, protesters in Portland have taken to the streets, calling for an end to police brutality after the killing of George Floyd. And during that time, the president
Lamel.
has sought to downplay the racial reckoning, portraying...
Okay. Fatally shot in clashes between protesters. Fatal shooting. Supporters drove. Okay, in which supporters for Donald Trump gathered in cars and drove in a caravan into Portland. Video footage from CNN affiliate shows pickup truck with American flags and thin blue line flags and Trump 2020. So they were agitators moving into Portland and they found out, is essentially what I'm gathering here. Okay, sure. Waited in a garage.
We begin tonight with protests in the streets and tensions boiling over on both coasts. New video
Good video
from
player,
Portland,
ABC.
Oregon shows police firing pepper balls at demonstrators last night. 100 straight nights of unrest there. At the same time, self-proclaimed Antifa activist Michael Reinell seen in newly released surveillance images stepping off the sidewalk moments before police say he fatally shot pro-Trump supporter Jay Danielson as he passed by. A neck tattoo reportedly helped identify Reinell, who was killed Thursday as U.S. Marshals moved in. At the same time, in Rochester, New York, outrage over the death of Daniel Prude. And this disturbing police video shows the 41-year-old black man handcuffed and hooded before he appeared to lose consciousness. Overnight there, the scene grew chaotic with fireworks ignited and diners chased away from an outdoor restaurant. And like Portland, there were clashes among the protesters. One driver appears to pepper spray some in the crowd. Both
Crazy situation. Newly unsealed court document helped provide a timeline of the fatal shooting last month, including surveillance images. Released a search warrant for the suspect. 48. Murder, second degree, unlawful use of weapon. Intentionally killed him during the protests. According to court documents. Police were able to identify him as a suspect through open source videos. Yeah, this is why you cover tattoos. The shooting occurred near the entrance of a parking garage. Okay, give me the actual fucking video.
This is Michael Reinell, and so far, Portland police have been pretty tight-lipped about what actually happened on Saturday night. The victim's been described as a supporter of Patriot Prayer, which is a far-right group in the area. One night after the shooting, Reinell's name began circulating on 4chan as a possible suspect, and then his name went into social media and right-wing blogs, and then local media citing.
Do you know about this case, John? Do you know about this Patriot Prayer murder? What actually happened?
Have since described him as a person of interest in the shooting. And conservative media have also honed in on his own social media posts, where he's described himself as 100% Antifa. And Trump has shared that tweet saying that the victim was murdered in Portland by Antifa.
So you've been covering this story from the beginning. What have you found about what happened that night?
So on August 29th, there was this pro-Trump caravan that started in a town about 10 miles southeast of Portland. Portland police knew about the caravan and had apparently been tasked with making sure that it stayed out of downtown Portland to avoid escalating tensions, which there have been running pretty high, more than 90 days of consecutive protests.
I mean, it sure sounds like they were agitators.
And still, some parts of the caravan peeled off and made their way into downtown Portland to confront protesters. And then the evening or hours later, the shooting took place.
So Tess, this didn't happen in a vacuum. Why were pro-Trump supporters there in a caravan? And why was someone protesting against police violence bringing a gun to a protest?
So I think it's important to look at the shooting in the context of escalating violence in Portland, which has been an ideological battlefield since 2016. In recent years, there have been numerous street brawls between anti-fascist and far-right groups like Patriot Prayer and Proud Boys. Some of these have resulted in arrests and quite serious injuries. And in 2018, a group of far-right demonstrators were found with a whole bunch of long guns on a roof overlooking a protest.
Oh boy.
And then this summer, things have got messier and bloodier. And, you know, Reinel's been mixed up in all this too. He got shot in the arm when he tried to pull a gun away from someone during a scuffle in Portland in late July. Earlier that month, he'd been arrested for having a loaded gun at a protest and interfering with police. Those charges were dropped. And then in August, a conservative protester was arrested for allegedly firing at a group of Black Lives Matter protesters. And there was a Proud Boy who was seen brandishing a gun and pointing at protesters.
Well, it sure sounds like he was justified in having that gun on him, that's for sure. If there were a lot of right-wing agitators and fascists coming in and armed, looks like you fucked around. It looks like you found out.
Tess Owen, thanks for that background. Stay with us. Okay, so here's the exclusive, but first a note. We don't want to share this to glorify or excuse what he says he did, but we do think it's newsworthy because the United States is being racked by political violence right now. Why people are taking guns into the street and using them, why people are scared, and why they're fighting is integral to understanding what's going on.
I had no choice. I mean, I had a choice. I could have sat there and watched them kill a friend of mine of color. But I wasn't going to do that. You know, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I had no choice. I mean, I had a choice. I could have sat there and watched them kill a friend of mine of color. But I wasn't going to do that. You know, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. My name's Michael Forrest Reinel, born and raised Portland, Oregon, 48 years old. You know, lots of lawyers suggest that I shouldn't even be saying anything, but I feel it's important
That's
that
a smart decision.
the world at least gets a little bit of what's really going on, because there's been a lot of propaganda put out.
Should listen to your fucking lawyers, buddy.
What I will say is that I felt that my life and other people around me's lives were in danger. And I felt like I had no choice but to do what I did. I wasn't even aware of what was going on. I was actually out with my son. We were driving through town and we happened to see hundreds of trucks with flags on them. And so I notified my friends of what I'd seen and finished what I was doing with my son, got home, and then received a phone call saying that it might be a good idea to come down there. Security may be needed. Not knowing what that would entail, I had no idea what I was going into. I used to really love this country, and I respected the flag and everything that it represented. But because of all this, every time I see a big truck, especially with a flag on it, I immediately think that they're out to get me. There were 600 vehicles. Who knows how many were rolling through downtown, but like I said, when I showed up, I saw more of their vehicles than real citizen vehicles. It felt like the beginning of a war. was a free-for-all and the police were letting it happen.
Right after it happened, what did you panic? Did you run?
Well, honestly, you know, those are a bit of details I probably don't want to get into, other than just simply saying that, you know, I realized what had happened. I was confident that I did not hit anyone innocent, and I made my exit.
You okay? Okay.
And just to reiterate, you feel that it was totally justified?
Totally justified. Had I not acted, I am confident that my friend and I'm sure I would have been killed, because I wasn't going to stand there and let something happen. What they've done is they're trying to make it look like we're all terrorists, and they're trying to make me look like a murderer. I've noticed that they keep saying that it's not clear that it's related to the protests. That's a lie. They know.
That means he was bringing everyone else into the situation, not making a decision in the moment based on the immediate circumstances. What do you mean? What do you mean? Elaborate a little bit.
That is related to the protests. Not to mention the fact that they say that they don't know who it was. That's a lie. Within an hour, Facebook and Twitter and all that have my face and name labeled as the shooter. They want to paint a picture of Antifa having major involvement. A lot of people don't understand what Antifa represents, and if you just look at the basic definition of it, it's just anti-fascist, and I am 100% anti-fascist. I'm not a member of Antifa. I'm not a member of anything.
There you go, Cal.
Honestly, I hate to say it, but I see a civil war right around the corner. That shot felt like the beginning of a war.
We just heard from a man who all but admits he killed someone at the protest in Portland this Saturday. The latest awful thing to happen in the name of making this country better. Vice News has been covering the rise in extremism around the world, from embedding with ISIS to driving around Charlottesville with the dudes behind the Unite the Right rally. Tess Owen, who most recently got access to the Boogaloo Bowl.
Okay. Got a bit of context for that. Wasn't sure about that case. Now we know.
Aaron Danielson was executed in the street by Antifa radical Michael Reinl, who was later killed in a shootout with police. The rioters demanded police defunding and special privileges for minorities, while at the same time destroying minority-owned businesses.
Special privileges,
Police officers were bombarded with Molotov cocktails, rocks, lasers and frozen bottles, while Democrat mayors ordered law enforcement to stand down. President Trump declared his plan to officially designate Antifa as a terrorist group, and Attorney General Barr confirmed that their actions were domestic terrorism. But Democrats fought against it, insisting Antifa was harmless or even imaginary. Representative Jerry Nadler even stood before cameras and called Antifa violence a myth, despite endless footage proving otherwise. The truth is undeniable.
It is a myth. It's literally a reaction to Nazis and fascists acting like they deserve speech. Oh no, if it's not the consequences of your actions.
Antifa is real. It is violent. It is a domestic terror network that has been protected, defended, and even funded by Democrats.
Sure it
While
has.
the media
You still
exaggerates supposed...
Provide proof. But you can't, because you're full of shit.
Right-wing extremism, Antifa has burned cities, killed innocents,
oh no, you're my
attacked police,
property,
and wrecked America's communities. On July 4th, 2025, Antifa escalated again, launching a coordinated ambush on ICE officers at the Prairie Land Detention Center. 11 attackers armed with rifles and body armor opened fire after luring officers outside.
Well,
One
maybe
officer
they
was shot
shouldn't
in the
act
neck,
like
but
Nazis.
survived. Investigators recovered Antifa propaganda and anarchist
Oh,
materials at the
no.
scene. And yet, under Joe Biden,
Show
the
us.
federal government refused to even acknowledge Antifa as a threat. No bulletins, no warnings, no serious action.
It's almost like if you're not doing Nazi shit, you won't encounter them. Crazy. What a concept.
Just silence. Biden and his administration deliberately turned a blind eye while Antifa terrorized American cities.
Sure
Here is the reality. Antifa is America's domestic terrorist army.
Sure
and the
they
Democrat
are.
Party, led by Joe Biden, is its shield. Every riot, every
This is
burned
hilarious.
business, every injured officer, and every innocent life destroyed happened because Democrats defended them, bailed them out, and unleashed them on America. This is not incompetence, it is betrayal. Biden and his party sided with the radicals over the American people. Now America faces a choice, law and order.
This is dog shit channel.
Well, I think there has got to be a road to majority rule. I think there must be built-in safeguards for the Europeans. They have done an enormous amount in this country. Whether this can be achieved or not, I don't know.
I think we've probably got the right pressures on us to force a settlement, but I think we're wrong if it is forced on us.
Well, the situation is critical for Rhodesia, it's critical for South Africa, and I must emphasize it's critical for the African continent. Ever since Portugal capitulated, the writing has been on the wall that communism would quite possibly spread, and now that has been proved decisively by the Angolan situation.
My God.
And I think Rhodesians are now aware that there is an almighty
Angola
problem,
mention.
and
That's
that something has got to be done.
I think we've all been worried from time to time over the last 10 years. Now we're a bit sort of...
Distinctive lack of African accents here. Man, maybe you should fuck off back to England.
Take it as it comes. But obviously things are worse than they have been.
I personally think that
Take an SLR to the face, bitch.
The scene is quite hot, and if anything, any agreement is to be reached, it's got to be now or never.
In Rhodesia, there's a new urgency in the air as whites and blacks consider a future that looks more difficult and dangerous with every passing day. The central issue, of course, is who is to rule the country, the white minority or the black majority.
I know, have an election and see what happens.
For several months now, Premier Ian Smith has been trying to find a solution with African leader Joshua Nkomo. They've been trying to hammer out a new constitution for Rhodesia, but so far it's proved impossible. Mr. Smith's determined to resist immediate majority rule, and Mr. Nkomo can't settle for less. Mr. Nkomo's position is made more difficult because he's not the only African leader. Rival claimants include Mr. Sithole and Bishop Muzorewa. But as the only leader now dealing with Mr. Smith, Mr. Nkomo has been trying to make his appeal as broad as possible. When the talks started last December, he stated his aims like this.
It is our hope that a constitution which will emerge from the conference will be a constitution that will build a non-racial nation where the color of a person will be of no consequence. We hope and believe that all our people shall, from today, dedicate themselves to building of a nation where hate shall be replaced by love and mutual trust, where exploitation of men by men shall be replaced by working together for the common good, where racialism and tribalism shall be replaced by a common nationality completely divorced from these evils. That is to say,
As far as white Rhodesians are concerned, any progress Mr. Nkomo makes towards those ideals will be at their expense, and few of them are willing to hand over the power and wealth they now enjoy. There are roughly 250,000 whites, and they're outnumbered 20 to 1 by the country's 6 million blacks. But the bulk of political power is in white hands, and so too is the good life. In terms of housing, swimming pools and servants, white Rhodesians have one of the highest standards of living in the world, and it's scarcely surprising that they want to hang on to it. When Mr. Smith has opposed majority rule on the grounds of preserving standards of civilization, it's not been difficult for his white supporters to see what he means. This prosperity is all the more remarkable because it's been maintained throughout 11 years of economic sanctions imposed by the United Nations. The sanctions were to bring Rhodesia to its knees, but they never worked, and proof, if any is still needed, is here in this department store in Salisbury. It's just spent $1.25 million Rhodesian dollars, that's nearly £1 million sterling, on refitting 2 floors. The latest women's fashions would once have come from London, but these clothes are all made here, and 40% of the cloth's local too. It's been an object lesson in self-reliance, but from now on, Rhodesia's economic struggle is going to be a lot harder. The reason's here, along Rhodesia's eastern border with Mozambique. A few weeks ago, Mozambique President Samora Machel announced he was joining in the UN sanctions by closing the whole 700-mile border, thus cutting off the main outlets for Rhodesia's exports. Closing the road links was serious enough, but the main damage has been done by blocking the rail links, which took 60% of Rhodesia's exports to the ports of Beira and Lourenço Marques, now known as...
Okay, so Mozambique was the Zulu kingdom. So what is Rhodesia now? Zimbabwe. Okay. That's what I thought. I didn't realize that Mozambique was so big. Okay. Botswana is next to it. Yeah, okay. So the borders haven't really changed. They've just cut it off.
Maputo. £23 million of rolling stock was also seized. It's meant that Rhodesia's now more dependent than ever on the far longer routes down through South Africa to the Cape. One of the main problems is security. The line is at times only 80 miles from Mozambique and a vulnerable target for guerrillas operating from there. Bight Bridge, where it crosses into South Africa, is now a military area, guarded on both sides by sandbagged machine gun posts. Apart from security, the other main headache is capacity. Even though Rhodesia decreased its dependence on Mozambique after the Portuguese departure, it still moved 1.5 million tons of exports through the 2 ports, together with 500,000 tons of imports. Finding room for all that new traffic isn't going to be easy for the South Africans, who already suffer from congestion both along the line, such as here in Johannesburg, and at the ports. A final drawback is that this longer haul, nearly 3 times the distance in fact, means Rhodesian exports will be less competitive and imports too will be dearer. But from now on, there'll simply be no alternative. Rhodesian troops sit and chuckle at a pair of comedians who've come, ironically, from Britain. There have been few other morale boosters from the home country in recent years.
done, dear. Well done. Good, well done. Keep that going.
The Rhodesians are, in fact, taking the security threat very seriously indeed. These are new recruits at the light infantry barracks outside Salisbury. Latest additions to a regular army, which is now
They're just outside
4,500 strong.
Salisbury. We must defend the Ethnostate.
The army is dominated by whites, but there are black recruits too.
What? It is dominated by the whites.
The Rhodesian forces have always prided themselves on their physical fitness, and they'll certainly need to be fit if they're to cope with the growing threat from guerrillas.
Position. Ready.
Although the security forces are multiracial, they're dominated by whites, especially at the command levels. But the government's just
What a
agreed in
surprise.
principle that blacks too can be officers.
Feet together. Exercise. Ready. Push forward. Up and up. Up. Down. Up. Down. Work together. Up. Down.
The regulars are backed up by 10,000 territorial reservists who can spend up to 2 months a year in uniform. There's also a police force of 7,000 with a reserve of 25,000. It looks as if they'll all be needed, for according to the military textbooks, it'll take 10 of these men to oppose every one guerrilla who comes across the border.
Position change. What I want you to do, shout up.
On patrol along the Mozambique border, Rhodesian units are led by a hippo, a strangely armoured truck which serves as a minesweeper. It's a necessary precaution since landmines are one of the guerrillas' favourite weapons. Protecting border villages against guerrillas has always been a problem, and the Rhodesians have decided to use a technique tried out by the British in Malaya and later by the Americans in
Gorillas
Vietnam.
making their way
Scattered
down
villagers
from
are
the
gathered
north
into
of
guarded
Africa
settlements.
and occupying the bush of fucking Rhodesia. How fucking dare they?
So that fewer troops are needed to maintain
I
security.
think that's where the lowland gorillas are. I think they're in, like, Kenya. Habitat map. Let me make sure that my joke here is correct. Fuck! It's not correct. They're from the west coast of Africa. Son of a bitch. Cameroon, the other Congo, and Gabon. There's also mountain gorillas in whatever the fuck Zaire is. The lowlands are there as well. Okay, so they're the western gorillas. Mountain gorillas, eastern lowland gorillas are all in on the east side in... Zaire is the DRC. Huh. I think it's the other Congo. Yeah, the other Congo. And then Rwanda and Burundi, it looks like, have the mountainous lowland ones, sorry. That seems to be... Sorry, the mountain gorillas. Yeah, on the east coast of the DRC. Along this river. Here. Seems to be where they are. Around this area here, which looks like there's a mountain of some kind, or it's fairly mountainous here. So that makes some kind of sense. And then it says that the lowlands are from down here. And then the other ones are over here. In this area. Semi-correct joke. Yeah, okay, it's the Congo. Yeah, semi-correct joke. We're trying. Had to be explained, it's no longer funny.
In the area. The Rhodesians believe they're facing 1,000 guerrillas within their own borders and some 4,000 operating from either Mozambique or Zambia. But Western intelligence puts this second figure at more like 16,000. During the week, many of the villages are deserted.
Is that a naked child?
Agricultural production has dropped on the whole, but an effort is now being made to remedy that. The whole farming year, from planting to harvesting, now takes place under armed guards.
Nobody saw anything.
Most of the troops used here are from the Rhodesian African Rifles. It's an essential task, but it uses up a lot of soldiers who would otherwise be available for fighting.
Look at them hoes!
Which is one reason why the forces as a whole are being expanded. The degree of security depends on whether the village is classed as consolidated or protected. In the protected ones, like this, the atmosphere's more like a military camp. The scheme's been in operation for almost a year now, and the government claims it's made a tremendous contribution to security, and it's the Africans who've benefited most. Officials point out that it's the villagers themselves who asked for the protection in the first place. Many villagers in the border areas, they say, have been intimidated and even murdered by guerrillas in search of more recruits, food and shelter. Nobody's forced to live in a protected village, but once they're in, they've got to obey all the rules. And that means submitting to daily searches as they come in from work in the fields. It's not always a serious matter, but nobody gets through without being searched. Officials admit that in the area as a whole, 1 villager in 5 supports the guerrillas. Protecting the white population in the area is a different matter altogether. The farms are widely scattered, and so they've had to provide their own security. The Lloyd's farm is typical. Denise Lloyd's husband is away on army service, so she's responsible for day-to-day running of it until he gets back. One of the first jobs of the day is opening gates of the steel fence which surrounds the house, the only physical protection for herself and her daughter. There's more protection here, though. A radio link with the local police.
Control 75, over. 75.
Down on the farm, the African workers wait for Denise to organize the day's farming. This morning, though, there's a problem. The workers tell her that someone was in the African compound last night stealing food. It could have been guerrillas, for many farms in the area have been attacked lately.
Guerrillas again!
This time, though, it was only one man in search of nothing more than food. Even so, the incident's not the kind that builds up confidence in a woman on her own.
Never mind about that. Dan, listen, you've been living here for what?
We asked Denise Lloyd how she felt after coping with the situation for 5 weeks.
Coping?
Well, reasonably happy. No fear so far. And I mean, he comes back on Friday. We're all aware of the problems in the area, but up to now it hasn't directly affected us. So it's just one of the things we know about, are aware about, but aren't all that perturbed about.
You frightened at all?
No, not at all. I go to bed at 7:45 at night, and I don't get up until 5, and I don't wake up except to see to children. The security situation isn't something we just talk about anyway. Everybody has their work to do. That's the main topic in any farming community.
Do you think you really know what is going on?
Or perhaps put it this way, as enough as is good for me. That's about all I can say on it. They give us briefings. They tell us exactly what has happened in the area, which I feel is enough.
All right.
In fact, Rhodesian security forces have more than held their own. Since 1972, they've inflicted heavy losses, scoring 10 kills for every man lost.
Redcoats, get him! Don't let the white fool you. It's very British.
Private Patrick Jackson was one of the first coloured Rhodesians to be killed on border patrol when his vehicle was blown up by a mine. The full military funeral in Salisbury's old pioneer cemetery was exactly the same as would have been accorded a white army hero. But while he was alive, Private Jackson did face discrimination, as did all non-white soldiers.
Crazy.
Until recently, they couldn't be commissioned, and they weren't allowed to serve in the front line.
Lamau. You're not good enough to die for us!
As the 18-year-old private's family mourned, they may have wondered why coloureds are involved at all. Like Europeans, they are liable to conscription. But unlike whites, they can't be said to be fighting to preserve a privileged way of life. For non-whites have far less to lose. White Rhodesians.
I wonder how locals who joined the colonial army were treated. That is something I would like to know. I want to know if they were treated differently, whether they were looked down upon, kind of how, like, people look at American cops. It's like, oh, you're a cop? Ooh, get away from me.
Say they've given the non-whites a new civilized way of life, but it's only a tantalizing glimpse of what might be. Certainly there's been help with education, health, welfare. Few black Rhodesians are starving, and most are well clothed, for it's a prosperous country. But there's still an enormous gulf between the expectations of whites and blacks. Even when blacks are lucky enough to get similar jobs to whites, they get less than half the salary. Though apartheid here isn't as rigid as it is in South Africa, non-whites still can't eat, travel, play, or set up home as they please. In many cases, they've abandoned the simple life they were born to, only to face the shortcomings of civilization. Unemployment's one example. For while 40,000 Africans a year leave school, the labour market can't absorb anything like as many.
That's an interesting issue.
If the trend continues, by 1980, 6 out of 7.5 million blacks will be making no contribution at all to the economy. As it is, well-qualified and enterprising Africans often end up doing mundane jobs like shoe repairing to help pay their way. Fortunately for cobblers in Salisbury, there's no shortage of customers.
Is Nike considered a cobbler?
For others, though, life's far more demeaning. On the outskirts of Salisbury is the municipal dump. Here, scores of scavengers make a living sifting through the garbage brought from the kitchens of the capital's plush white suburbs. The scroungers are partly the byproduct of sanctions which have forced Rhodesia into a closed economy without the foreign investment necessary for long-term industrial growth and the jobs that would go with it. But ironically, sanctions can also take the credit for giving the scavengers a market. for with glass and plastic now in short supply, they're able to sell bottles, jars and packaging back to several major manufacturers for reuse.
It is a news
and so earn a
report
kind of living.
from the British in 1976. So, you know, I think it's to be expected.
The people who live here in the Harare district outside Salisbury are also out of work. They haven't the money for proper homes, so they make do with makeshift lean-tos of timber and plastic sheeting. Huge families are often found crowding into shacks and lean-tos in the Harare district. But the people are not natural slum dwellers. They are just typical of those caught out by Rhodesia's black unemployment problem. Among the whites, there is no unemployment. Not surprisingly, it's a situation which breeds bitterness among some blacks who've seen white settlers arrive with little more than a suitcase and walk into easy jobs, a home and a car. Of course, some non-whites do fare better than those living from hand to mouth in shanties. This is one of the smarter areas outside the capital. The houses and apartments are owned by coloureds, tradesmen and business people who've persevered and prospered in a society which only grudgingly accepts them. But these coloureds are the exceptions rather than the rule.
These coloureds are
and the
special!
homes they've had built here, sometimes architect-designed, are one way of thumbing their noses at both the Europeans and the blacks. Handsome though some of the homes may be, they can only be constructed in strictly defined areas.
The uneducated
and
are the blacks
non-whites
and
daring
the
to try to live
educated
in a
are
white
the
zone
coloureds. I
face
get it
stiff
now.
legal action.
I get it. Thank you, British man.
Just down the road from the Harare district, on the fringe of a black township. Here the bungalows aren't nearly so desirable.
Hot take, make your house undesirable so the fucking British go fuck themselves and find somewhere else.
The deeper into the township, the lower the income and the poorer the housing. Just as the coloureds are zoned, so are the black communities in townships like Harare,
Oh my God, it literally
Highfields
is.
and Glen Norah. There's little of the despair or apathy found in western city ghettos. Here the people are generally happy-go-lucky, but they are becoming more convinced that if they ran their country for themselves, there'd be a better life for them and a chance to get away from the rows of drab, barrack-like blocks of the township and the pattern of living they impose.
They should eat the whites and take their houses.
This is Highfield Township, and a scene that's repeated every morning from as early as 4 o'clock. It's then that the daily exodus begins, out of the dormitory towns and into the city of Salisbury, either to work or look for work. For blacks, jobs begin before 8, but they often get there much earlier. It makes for a long day, but it's the only way to make sure of a place on the convoy of buses which ferries the workforce to and fro. Since the imposition of sanctions, there have been fewer buses and fewer trips, but the twice-daily operation's still a mammoth undertaking. This garden boy is lucky. He has a steady job. But recently, when he was warned about the standard of his work, 2 other blacks promptly arrived to ask whether there would soon be a vacancy. Unemployment, a regulated and restricted way of life. Two of the reasons for the black man's mounting discontent is growing desire to decide his own future. That and events elsewhere in Africa. And if this means that times are dangerous for whites, they're also frustrating for blacks. There's a new kind of discrimination. Now, blacks seeking work are finding they have to satisfy another requirement. To get a job, they have to be supporters of an acceptable African leader. Many whites will only consider them if they back Joshua Nkomo, while followers of the militant Bishop Muzorewa are turned away. As news of Mozambique's hardening attitude came to Salisbury, we found Africans more and more in favor of Muzorewa. They referred scornfully to Nkomo as a white African who was pussyfooting with Mr. Smith. A prominent African barrister, Sotai Katseri, explained how the majority of Rhodesian blacks were taking the news of growing hostility from Mozambique.
I wouldn't speak for all the Africans, but I can give you my own views. My own view is that it's...
Wow, notice how the black man didn't say the blacks. And yet the news reporter still does.
For the
what are standards?
Rhodesian whites to take such a dramatic situation complacently.
White
they are comforting themselves in the thought that a miracle will happen and that events won't follow the course that they indicate they are going to take. But my own view is that it's quite clear that the liberation struggle has gone into top gear, and the whites are definitely on the losing side now. There is no question of saving white supremacy in this part of the world. I think that's gone.
That's great. Intriguing.
This is a $100 trillion banknote from Zimbabwe, one of the most worthless currencies ever. The paper it's printed on is worth more than the money itself. Hyperinflation has come down hard on the country. At its peak in 2008, prices doubled every 24 hours. People went to sleep thinking they were middle class, only to find out the next day that they were now poor. Food prices rose so quickly that Zimbabwe, once a regional breadbasket, had to import food from abroad just to feed its population. At the same time, the national debt piled up, and obligations to international creditors restrained how it could spend its budget. Not long after, economic decline set in, productivity dropped, and events like droughts and natural disasters made the situation even worse. Today, Zimbabwe has one of the worst economies in the world. About 1 out of every 3 people lives in extreme poverty.
Damn.
But now, the government is looking to make things right. It's addressing the point where it all went downhill, when it confiscated land from its white farmers and forced them to leave. That decision triggered the country's economic collapse, and since 2017, the government has been negotiating for the return of its white Zimbabwean community. However, reconciliation has not been easy, and resentment runs high. White farmers are skeptical about the government's sincerity, while indigenous Zimbabwean farmers fear losing their newly acquired properties. Something has to give. While history holds grudges, hunger doesn't. No matter the industry, keeping track of revenues and expenses is essential. Odu, the sponsor of this bank, 60s, Zimbabwe was off to a late start. It only became its own country in 1980, and even then, it was almost replaced by a different state called Rhodesia. You see, years earlier in 1965, the white minority administration of Rhodesia unilaterally declared independence from Britain. It fell on deaf ears though, no one recognized it. In fact, the United Nations went out of its way to shut down Rhodesia. The Security Council banned arms sales to the country in 1966 and then restricted all imports and exports. However, when the sanctions failed to change Rhodesia's behavior, it became clear that the state couldn't be dismantled like the other colonies had been. That's when a young activist named Mugabe threw his support behind a group called the Zimbabwe African National Union, or ZANU for short. Their mission was a straight-up revolution, to fight for majority rule and remove the white minority government. What came next was Africa's version of the Cold War. Angola, Zambia, and Tanzania supported Mugabe's ZANU by supplying weapons and funding. Meanwhile, South Africa became the biggest backer of Rhodesian forces.
No way.
With weapons pouring in from all sides, Rhodesia fell into a violent civil war from 1964 onwards. After 15 years and 30,000 casualties, a ceasefire was established in 1979, promising elections the following year. ZANU's political party won those elections, and Mugabe became the prime minister. After taking office, Mugabe dismantled Rhodesia and its civil service, and then renamed the country Zimbabwe. The international community approved of the power transition, and Zimbabwe was recognized globally. However, besides a PR facelift, Zimbabwe still faced tremendous problems. During colonial times, land ownership had been unequally divided. For example, around 4,400 white farmers owned 51% of the arable land, while 4.3 million indigenous Zimbabweans owned only 42%. So, yeah, highly unequal. On top of that, indigenous Zimbabweans weren't allowed to own certain types of commercial land. So, when Mugabe took power, land reform was a top priority. At first, his government tried to buy land from white farmers voluntarily. It worked, but the process was slow. Between 1980 and 1987, white-owned land shrank by 20%, which Mugabe felt wasn't enough. The wealth gap was still massive. Even though white farmers made up roughly 2% of the population, they controlled a big chunk of the economy, with some estimates putting it as high as 40% of the GDP. To address this, Mugabe spearheaded a land reform that took privately owned farmland and put it under government control. Starting in the year 2000, the land reform forced white commercial farmers to give up their properties to indigenous Zimbabweans. This, however, turned into a complete disaster. While the intent was to address colonial-era wrongdoings and economic inequality, the program was riddled with violence, corruption, and mismanagement. Most of the confiscated farmland was handed out to Mugabe's political allies, who didn't know the first thing about commercial farming. And so what came next was economic contraction. The sudden removal of experienced farmers caused agriculture to fall apart. Zimbabwe, once the region's breadbasket, saw its agricultural productivity nosedive. By 2006, food shortages were everywhere, and about a third of the people needed some level of food aid to survive. In just a few years, Zimbabwe went from exporting food to importing it. But it got worse from there. Western nations placed sanctions on Zimbabwe for its displacement of white farmers, which isolated the country economically. In his attempt to fix the situation, Mugabe made one bad decision after another. Instead of allowing foreign aid to help people in need, especially in the countryside, he closed off the country, claiming that the NGOs were supporting his political opponents.
Incredible.
Next, Mugabe had the idea to print massive amounts of money to cover government debts, which had piled up following the land reform. His advisors warned him not to, but he did it anyway. As expected, inflation skyrocketed. It went from double digits to triple, quadruple, quintuple, and beyond. By 2008, hyperinflation hit a staggering 79.6 billion%. Yeah, that's billion with a B. It's hard to truly comprehend these numbers. Mugabe must have thought so as well. His government, along with Zimbabwe's Reserve Bank, pointed the finger at Western sanctions. Some people never observe anything. Life just happens to them. In April 2009, a year into hyperinflation, Zimbabwe ditched its national currency and switched to a multi-currency system, mainly using the US dollar and South African rand. It took nearly a decade to stabilize the economy, but by then, the Zimbabwean dollar wasn't the only thing that was replaced. In November 2017, a military coup removed Mugabe from power and Vice President Mnangagwa took his place. Mnangagwa took a more reasonable approach to the West and admitted that bringing back white farmers was key to rebuilding Zimbabwe's economy. Doing so would boost the economy in many ways.
Proposal.
It would increase agricultural production, improve food security.
Why not just pay for advisors who teach people how it works? I don't know why you would need to import people outside of advisory roles. Seems silly.
Create jobs and grow exports. Plus, it would bring in much needed foreign currency and roll back the sanctions. The problem, however, was that all the confiscated farmlands had been given to political allies during the Mugabe era. Mnangagwa couldn't just upend the current owners without risking his own office. So instead, he set up joint ventures that encouraged some white farmers to return. The program aimed to combine expertise and resources to revive the agricultural sector. It worked well enough. Today, there are about 900 white Zimbabwean commercial farms, and agricultural productivity has picked up. However, the majority of white farmers refuse to return because they don't trust the government. They argue that the circumstances and terms need to change before they can consider coming back. One problem with the current setup is that commercial farms operate under lease agreements with indigenous Zimbabweans who got the farmlands during Mugabe's rule. So there has been no transfer or return of territory, and the white farmers who have come back are not working on their original lands. What's more, indigenous Zimbabweans who benefited from Mugabe's reforms fear losing their newly acquired properties, and their concerns have to be taken into account as well, since they have deep-running ties to the political elite. This then places Mnangagwa in a tough spot. He needs white farmers to come back, but at the same time, he needs to reassure indigenous Zimbabweans that they won't lose out. Any misstep here could easily reignite racial tensions and undermine nationwide stability. And that's where everything has stalled until recently. In October 2024, Zimbabwe's leadership negotiated to financially compensate the remaining white farmers and encourage them to return.
Reparations.
It approved 441 compensation claims totaling over $3.5 billion and an additional 94 claims from foreign farmers worth more than $196 million. For reference, these foreign claimants include individuals from Europe. However, according to the terms of the deal, only 1% of the total amount will be paid in cash. The rest will be reimbursed through treasury bonds. This is a major sticking point. Zimbabwe has no economy to speak of, and so treasury bonds issued by the state are as worthless as its old banknotes. Plus, the compensation doesn't cover the loss of land, only the loss of infrastructure like buildings, machinery, and irrigation systems.
Yes, not your land,
Moreover,
bitch.
and perhaps most importantly, around the same time the government announced the compensation plan for white farmers, it also passed a bill giving indigenous Zimbabweans full ownership of their leased land. The same bill also permits the exchange of farmland to other indigenous Zimbabweans, but not white Zimbabweans. Ethics aside, this haggle was meant to reassure indigenous Zimbabweans that they wouldn't lose out as white farmers returned. However, in practice, leasing land is not economically sustainable for white farmers. In landlocked, sanctioned, and cash-strapped Zimbabwe, accessing capital is next to impossible. To get a loan from the bank, farmers need to put up land as collateral. A lease, however, doesn't count since it can be legally taken away at any time. Hence, white farmers who can't legally own the land they farm can't get loans and make investments.
Okay, how about you deal with the people that you're leasing the land from, and you get them to get the loan, and then you use the money to reinvest into the farm. It's not your money, it's not your land, you're just hired as a surrogate, an agent acting on the land for the benefit of Zimbabwe. Boom, problem solved. Crazy. Who'd have thought? You know, fucking crazy thought is just like, maybe work with the people you're leasing the land from. You know, you guys have been landlords your entire fucking lives. Deal with it.
Needed to grow their businesses, and that single fact renders everything else irrelevant. So, in spite of the progressive rhetoric, the whole program to reinstate white farmers isn't working. In fact, it may be intentionally designed to fail. Consider Zimbabwe's place in global politics for a moment. The state is deeply in debt and under Western sanctions. Mnangagwa's government is engaged in two separate but intertwined negotiations that look to change that. It's in talks with the African Development Bank to restructure its $21 billion debt, and it's in talks with the United Nations to lift Western sanctions. In both negotiations, the white farmers' compensation is a key issue. Mnangagwa's government is likely stalling these two negotiations by making lots of promises vis-à-vis white farmers, but without actually resolving the issue. Here's the thing. By appearing to negotiate in good faith, by offering compensation and asking white farmers to come back, even if under impractical conditions, Zimbabwe makes it look like it wants to make amends. And most of the time, in diplomatic negotiations, that nuance works. Mnangagwa's approach could be enough to convince international powers to lift sanctions and rearrange debt, all while avoiding blowback from indigenous Zimbabwean farmers. Sure, the country won't live up to its full potential, its agricultural productivity will stall, and many endemic problems will persist.
Interesting issues.
Rhodesia was once the Rhodesia was once the thriving breadbasket of Africa.
Okay, this is going to be a Nazi.
Now it serves as a dire warning to each of you and the future of your country. We are seeing the Zimbabweification in South Africa, and we are seeing the South Africanization in the broader West. Rhodesia turning into Zimbabwe is a blueprint for national collapse.
Bro thinks South Africa is relevant in the world.
And the same ideology and steps taken in all our countries are history repeating itself
hubris.
Right now. In this video, we'll break down what Rhodesia got right, how it all fell apart, and why its fate now echoes through South Africa, Europe, and America.
All right.
Because
I don't want to listen to this shit.
In the second half.
It's 40 minutes. All right, we're moving on. Yeah, let's do this one.
It's a bit of a cliche to say, why doesn't the mainstream media care about this country or that war? But if there is any truly ignored war on Earth, it's the one going on in Sudan right now. Since 2023...
I mean, yeah, but here you are making a video 1 day ago while saying this.
Sudan has been suffering from...
I don't know. Have you... I don't know whether this guy has spoken about Sudan in the last 2.5 years. Let's check. I'm actually curious. Let's go videos, search Sudan. No, he has not. Let's Janjaweed. Nothing. RSF. Nothing. I think that's kind of funny.
complete state breakdown. And
we'll see how this
to its
video is.
Massive population of over 50 million people, making the current crisis not just the making of another failed state, but the largest humanitarian crisis on Earth.
Been saying this for a little bit now.
It was the country with the highest number of people facing famine, of internal refugees, and the most mass death. Beating out, not to use another cliche, these wars you might be a little more familiar with. To fully understand the crisis, you need to understand how Sudan got to this point. But first, let me just try to share how awful Sudan's civil war is in under 6 minutes. The chain of events started when longtime dictator Omar al-Bashir was ousted after months of popular protests, triggered by economic collapse. Weighing into pressure, the armies called into the capital to defend him instead turned on him in April of 2019. They forced him out, giving the military power for a few months to go through a transitional phase. Two military sects held power together, the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces. A paramilitary and business empire which grew out of the Arab supremacist Janjaweed militia, which, by the way, translates in English to Devils on Horseback.
Well done.
The SAF was headed by Abdel al-Burhan, while the RSF was led by General Hamdam Dagalo, better known as Hemedti, also known to al-Bashir as My Protector. His career has been made through helping the Sudanese government crush rebels, controlling Sudan's gold exports, and sucking up to the president. After the transitional government, the two men which ran these militaries, big surprise, vied for control of the country against each other, rapidly degenerating Sudan into a civil war which broke out in April 2023. The main disparity was over the creation of a joint army. Al-Burhan wanted it done by 2 years, while Hemedti wanted it done by 10. Naturally, they started shooting at each other to solve this debate.
Naturally.
Now the SAF controls the east, Nile River, and coastline, posturing itself as the true government, while the RSF controls the west, including a region known as Darfur, launching a campaign for either total control of the country or to separate as its own state. The details aren't really hashed out yet. The subsequent fighting has torn the social fabric of Sudan apart. At least 500,000 have died, with 15 million displaced, overwhelming refugee camps, and 25 million suffering from hunger as farms and food stockpiles are deliberately burned. In a country made up of 40% children, 90% of them are out of school. This is total collapse. Sudan has seen many civil wars in its history, but none reaching into its major cities. This time around, Sudan's capital and cultural center, the Tri-City area of Khartoum, has seen clashes and airstrikes, so much so that al-Burhan has had to flee to Port Sudan. When fighting couldn't be done between these groups, the armies switched to civilians, indiscriminately bombing hospitals, schools, markets, and residential areas. Much of the fighting, though, is centered around Darfur, a notoriously arid land which has traditionally been Sudan's poorest region. There, the RSF has won victory after victory, receiving aid through a corridor it captured to East Libya. Sudan has had a troubled history of race relations. Many elites have declared Sudan an officially Arab Islamic country, sparking decades of unrest and conflict between them and the darker-skinned, mainly Christian people of the South, culminating in South Sudan's secession in 2011. More recently, though, has been the government's and RSF's fight against the non-Arab inhabitants of Darfur, a place literally meaning home of the Fur. This is an ethnically mixed region of Fur, Masalit, and Zaghawa peoples, along with many nomadic Arab tribes, many of which moved in the 1980s.
Well done. This is
Tension in the region over land rights, along with approval from the Bashir regime, culminated in a genocide of the native Africans by Janjaweed forces in the 2000s. A scenario that, since the most recent breakout of war, has started again.
Well
Capturing
done.
Al-Fashir, which was a regional hub for the displaced people of Darfur, would mark a huge victory for the RSF. For 18 months, they sieged the city,
This is a
cutting
great
food
breakdown.
and medical supplies, building a wall of dirt around the city, and shooting anybody who tried to escape. On October 27th, 2025, they finally captured it, starting what would become the bloodiest few weeks of the year. The mostly Arab soldiers went through the city, systematically torturing and killing all inhabitants over the age of 10. This is a group whose members call for the extermination of all black skins from Darfur, shouting that women will soon have Arab babies, and who've posted these atrocities all over social media.
They sure have.
it is an attempted ethnic cleansing of Darfur. Tens of thousands died with its capture, a fact only known because of the piles of bodies seen from satellite imagery. In a city of this size, that means at least a tenth were killed within weeks of its capture, a speed of mass death not seen in the modern world since the Rwandan genocide. Now, it is in all honesty more
serious.
likely than not Sudan will collapse. At least it will collapse in its current form, with the West either formally seceding like South Sudan or creating a shadow government that basically acts as its own country without going through the increasingly useless motions of trying to become a UN member state. How could a country get so bad to the point where nobody has the power to stop what will likely go down as one of the worst mass killings of this decade? Modern Sudanese history has been a cycle of military rulers, people getting tired of them and their despotism, overthrowing them in popular riots only to end up with another military ruler. This has happened for 3 cycles, making up 52 of the almost 70 years of independent history. These chunks were the rules of Ibrahim Aboud, Jafar Namiri, and Omar al-Bashir respectively, each with a couple guys after them in the transition phase to the next military government. Sudan's current crisis is over who gets to lead the 4th. The first 2 dictators basically had the same trajectories. They both came to power through a coup, led a government based on military over civilian rule, centralizing that rule around their personality and brutally put down rebellions and protests. General Ibrahim Aboud was part of the Islamist coalition, while Colonel Jafar Namiri led the leftist one. Instead of tribal governments, to both of these guys, progress was going to come through the Islamization of Sudan. As a result, the defining political problem for most of Sudanese history was what to do with the South. Christianity was a pre-colonial religion of the people who lived here, and the mountainous and jungly land of the region prevented large-scale Arab or Islamic migrations. The primary solution the northerner elites thought of was to integrate it into a larger Islamic Sudan. The first constitution of the country already sowed divide when it was written for an explicitly Arab-Muslim nation. Both then tried to Islamize the South, and both faced organized military backlashes in 2 different civil wars. What's ironic is that part of the reason Aboud was ousted was because of fatigue the war brought, and part of the reason Namiri came to power was because he negotiated the end of that first war. Namiri then went back on that and did what the Islamist coalition couldn't do, create an officially Islamic Sudan, and he did it overnight, enforcing Sharia with 1 presidential decree, again seeing organized resistance from the south. So for the first 5 or so decades of independent Sudanese history, the defining motivating force of the military governments was to keep the south in the country through mostly violent means, killings and burning villages. The waves of war would kill and expel millions. Mass killings, which would be history-defining for most other countries, were just a part of the long history of these wars. What didn't help the peace was the discovery of oil in the south, which would represent a great help to the cotton-dependent nation. The national refinery to process it would be built near Khartoum, rather than in the south where it was originally planned for, and the main port to export in Port Sudan. So to get it here, a pipeline would have to be built across the country, keeping the South dependent on the North for economic growth, of which it saw almost none, since no oil was exported until the 2000s. Also planned was the Jonglei Canal project to transfer water from the marshy south upstream to the north. The government promised foreign investors Sudan would have a green revolution with this project, having more arable land than the rest of the Arab world combined. Southerners protested for the rights to their own oil revenue and water resources, so the government promised development projects for the South, none of which were kept. In fact, the entire canal project was scrapped when the conflict intensified. This second bout of fighting would begin the longest civil war in African history, ending in the breakup of the country. The main resistance was the Southern People's Liberation Movement and Army, led by John Garang. Originally, they wanted to found a new Sudan, which was secular, democratic, and socialist, and actually had some Northerners who were opposed to Islamic rule join it. The government was able to convince America to fund its campaign against these socialist agitators, while their funds came from communist Ethiopia. But after decades of fighting, the SPLM started explicitly calling for separation from the North. What changed for them was the start of the 3rd military cycle. Namiri was ousted in 1985. An ineffective administration couldn't keep power, only to be couped by the National Islamic Front. In charge, al-Turabi and al-Bashir. The new NIF government would do just as the others had done, continue fighting the South and crushing their political opponents. But just 10 years after they took charge, the NIF split, not into ideological sects, but over who should be in charge. Before that, al-Turabi's most significant addition to history was being chums with bin Laden and getting Sudan put on America's state sponsors of terrorism list, ending all American aid to the country. Long story short, as the economy waned under sanctions, al-Bashir and the National Congress Party would take charge, marking a slowdown of the war with the South. For one reason, al-Turabi was the one more concerned with pushing an Islamic Sudan south. Secondly, the war was no longer affordable. Too many human and fiscal resources were going towards it, while sanctions were weighing heavy on the government. Thirdly, this new oil provided a huge incentive to end the war to get it going. And last, al-Bashir focused his military administration on another region, Darfur. During the Second Civil War with the South, fighting spread to the west as al-Bashir viewed Darfur with the same contempt that many viewed the South with. See, throughout the 1980s, a flow of nomadic Arabs came into the region to escape a decade-long war between Libya and Chad. Which, by the way, in its final act, concluded with the Toyota War.
Yep.
Libya's dictator, Muammar Gaddafi, had planned on expanding his kingdom down into Chad and eventually the entire Sahara. To help with this, he set up training camps around his enemies. Darfur's unpoliced Wild West was a great staging post for his fight against the Chadian Hissène Habré. But a mix of refugees, weapons, and a constant stream of racial supremacy doesn't usually end up great for the local population. Though the two groups had coexisted for decades before, even commonly marrying into each other's families, that didn't last when the drought came. Then, tensions boiled over between native farmers and the nomadic herders over what little water supplies remained. What followed was complete breakdown, to the point where the police had to beg for fuel so they could do their routine patrols. And it was around this time when devils on horseback started to float around in relation to these new Chadian professional fighters. When Gaddafi failed to take Chad, many nomadic Arabs stayed in Darfur. Years of Arab oppression went by before they revolted under the Sudan Liberation Movement and the Justice and Equality Movement. Fearing the region would end up like South Sudan, al-Bashir empowered the Janjaweed to do as they pleased, burn villages and kill locals en masse. Because many in the forces aren't paid, they've been incentivized to loot as much as they can, leaving behind empty apartments, offices, and shops, leaving refugees to swell in makeshift tent cities in the suburbs. The Darfurian genocide saw the deaths of at least 500,000 people throughout the Second Civil War, an atrocity which Hemedti played a key and personal role in, and one which also made al-Bashir the first head of state ever to be indicted by the International Criminal Court for his role in masterminding it. As the military shifted its focus here, it left the South to negotiate their way out of the whole mess. Al-Bashir was open to it, and in 2005 they signed the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, outlining the post-war divisions of wealth and power, as well as giving the South the option to secede by 2011. Part of the reason, the NCP viewed the South as a distinct people rather than a vacuum to be filled. Another, the American government pressured the country into it by promising to lift their sanctions if they gave the Christians freedom, which did not end up happening after news of the Darfur genocide broke. In 2011, with a nearly 99% margin, they voted to become independent. However, in one agreement during the war, the South would be defined as this line, the three original provinces, but in this new CPA, they would allow South Kordofan, Blue Nile, and Abyei to join as well, creating a disputed border that lasts to this day. Kind of. Sudan doesn't really have any borders right now. It didn't help that they agreed to split oil revenues 50-50, but around 3/4 of oil reserves were found in the South. So before and after independence, the two halves again fought over the border, especially over the oil-rich province of Abyei, leading to more deaths, displacements, and a harsh version of Sharia being implemented in the north, a version shaped by al-Bashir. He said there would be no more question of diversity now that the South is gone. A pretty bad foreshadowing as to how he viewed how he wanted his country to run. while the South pretty much devolved into ethnic slaughter as soon as it got independence. The decade between the end of the war and the South's independence was the only time Sudan really had an economic boom, as it used oil revenues to invest into education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Look at this graph of Sudanese foreign exchange earnings. The biggest thing here was oil, with gold barely making the same dent. 95% of foreign exchange and 60% of government revenue was tied to oil. Al-Bashir had also built a patronage network based on this oil revenue. Again, see the crash, where subsidies to basic goods were given to the Sudanese middle class, bribes and development projects were given to business and local elites, and funding to private security forces were all dependent on these fields. He also siphoned billions to overseas bank accounts for himself. Thus, after the loss of this chunk in 2011, he was screwed. From its peak of $10 billion in 2010, foreign exchange earnings fell to around $300 million in 2016, 3% of what they were. Al-Bashir then tried to ramp up pipeline costs to Port Sudan, which the South Sudanese president responded with murder-suicide, ceasing to transport all oil through the pipe. When that was resolved and it really dawned on al-Bashir how little sources of foreign revenue he had left, he institutionalized the Janjaweed, rebranding them as the RSF and allowing them to do whatever they could to make money. He basically privatized this militia group. They exported soldiers to the Yemeni civil war to make some money, got into construction, trading weapons, but most importantly, started gold production. Especially after they captured the massive Jebel Amir gold mine in Darfur. Big shocker, this didn't replace Sudan's lost foreign exchange, and as an import-reliant country, losing their reserves would result in a, what we can say now, country-ending crisis. In 2018, his patronage network formally collapsed when he ended subsidies to bread and fuel, nearly tripling the price of food for the average person, starting the protests which ousted him, taking us back to where we started. The loss of South Sudan broke al-Bashir's patronage system and left a bloated military with nothing to do. Attempting layoffs would threaten the regime as many young, military-trained men would suddenly be out of work. To give you some perspective, roughly 70% of the government spending went into the army or private security groups in 2016, while 2% went to education and 1% went to health spending. Throughout this whole thing, the RSF, likely seeing the writing on the walls, created their own streams of revenue to stay independent from the central government. A far ways from Hemedti's humble beginnings as a camel trader, he now controls the region's mines and oil refineries, cementing a literal business empire in the desert. Their most important connection is with the UAE, which is the world's hub of gold refining and trading. It's been reported that they've sold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gold to the Emirates through Hemedti's family company Al Junaid, and that the Emirati government has funded the paramilitary with smuggled weapons and aid through the eastern Libyan corridor. Of course, they officially deny all of this, but the Emirati business interests in the country are too great. It's one of the biggest gold-producing regions on Earth, and by placing a bet on the RSF winning the war or seceding, they can keep growing their position as the world's gold superpower. They also rely on Sudan for food imports, as it was an al-Bashir program to sell some of Sudan's farmland to many Middle Eastern powers for their own food security, seeing what a lack of it could lead to. Keeping Sudan semi-functioning is just in the interest of the Emirates. And according to some experts, if they withdrew tomorrow, there's a good chance the war would end real quick. Also involved in the war are Russia's Wagner Group, also betting on the RSF to win to protect gold supplies under the Mero Gold Company. And on the other side, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iran, Ukraine, and the Russian government, who would all like to see some sort of stability in what they view as a geostrategically important region. Despite all their atrocities, the RSF still wants to project themselves as a force of democracy and peace to gain governing legitimacy, in a world where you don't really have to go through these motions anymore. In 2025, the RSF came together to declare a government of peace and unity, drafting a constitution for what their new country may look like. And although there's not really another government on Earth who buys this delusion, basically sanctioned by the whole Western world, there's also not a government who really cares much to do anything about it. Meanwhile, sitting in the southern Nuba Mountains, a remnant of a past war can be found in a new form. Distracted by the civil war, the SPLM has attacked and set up a little republic of New Sudan, comprising about 500,000 people. They've started their own English language schools, made their own court system outside of Islamic law, and have started the fight for a Western-style secular democracy. It's a reminder as to how far Sudan has gone in its current crisis, that the issue the government has spent almost its entire existence trying to stop has just gone ahead because nobody has the capacity or care to squash these southern rebels.
Hilarious.
Unfortunately, there's just not that much
Get that
care
bag.
to go around for what is almost certainly Sudan's largest crisis in its existence. Not much care for the increasingly nihilistic people living there, leaving behind no governing structure for society, and, unless you're the Emirati Sheikh, not much care from the outside world as well. If you enjoyed this video and are a long-time viewer but haven't subscribed, please...
Was a good video. Not bad. Even though you're like, oh, this is a forgotten video, or a forgotten conflict, nobody gives a shit, which nobody gives a shit. And you haven't spoken about Sudan previously, which means you're also a part of that problem. Very good video. I would send this video to people.
You know it, you love it. Many years ago, in the year of our Lord, 2022, I had a P.O. box open. A place where viewers could send me nice little things that they made, you know, letters, drawings, stuff like that. But every once in a while, a viewer thought that it was the perfect opportunity to send me something to make me suffer. And it was a certain Jay Bergman in August of 2022 who decided it would be a wonderful idea to send me this. The Science of the Physical Creation in the Christian Perspective. It's exactly what it looks like. It's a creationist science textbook, if you can even use those two words in the same sentence. And for almost 3 years, it's been sitting on my shelf, looking at me. There's an evil energy that radiates out of this book, and it's been calling me towards it like the One Ring. So today, ladies and gentlemen, it is, I guess it's not really a great pleasure. It is with my deepest condolences that I must present to you this. Buckle up, fellas. It's gonna be one of those videos.
I'm so excited. Okay, that was a pretty cool animation. How do you do that?
All right, I feel like I probably should address the elephant in the room first, which is, you know, everything. You guys have seen my studio before. It's a little bit rough. As I've talked about, this is a really old house. It was built in like 1880 something. So there's a lot of work to be done, especially in this formerly beautiful room that's now my studio. So we're actually beginning that restoration process now, and in doing that, this is happening. You know the ceiling? You guys love my ceiling. Well, my ceiling is coming the fuck down. Currently, as I film this, directly off screen here it's actually kind of amazing that this manages to be off screen, but there is about 36 trash bags completely filled with squirrel shit infused rotting fiberglass insulation. So that's really nice, I guess. It's got a certain je ne sais quoi. It's got a certain, I don't know how you say squirrel shit in French.
Merde d'écureuil.
My team and I are working on a really big project right now. No, not Atlantis. I know, I'm working on it. I swear to God, it's every video with you people. Don't worry, Atlantis is coming. When it does, you'll know. You can't make we're in an antique store. This is IPA. I even have a sex what I do with a person probably ever. So a surprising amount of this book is like actual textbook, which kind of threw me for a loop. You know, when I see a book that leads with Science of the Physical Creation in Christian Perspective, I kind of assume that there's going to be a lot more creation science woven through it. And don't get me wrong, there is, but there's also a lot of just like general science knowledge, you know? I think the best way to illustrate this is by looking at the table of contents. Here we have, you know, general introduction to the sciences, and then we have our meteorology sections. And within each one of these, there's definitely a lot of, you know, creationism, but there's some things that creationism just doesn't really work with. You know, it'll explain how an El Nino event works, and it's not going to say like the El Nino is created by God. It's just a weather pattern, so they actually explain it in an actual way. So as you won't be surprised, you know, the places that really have the most, you know, creationism in it comes in our chemistry and geology section. Now, I'm not a chemist. In fact, I loathe chemistry so much that I failed it the first time I took it. I am literally the smartest person probably ever. So there is nothing on earth that I want to do less than read about chemistry, and especially read about chemistry from a creationist textbook. So instead, I want to really hone in on probably the juiciest part of this book, which is obviously the natural sciences section, and most specifically, this section right here, chapter 11 on interpreting the fossil record. Within it are 3 different subchapters: history of the earth, the record of the rocks, effects of the flood, lack of transitional forms, evidence against evolution, and the evolution of man, a mistaken belief. So we are in for a real doozy with this one. Okay, real quick also, before we get into this, I want to make one thing very, 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 very abundantly clear here at the beginning of this video. This is not an attack on religion. This is not an attack on Christianity. This is not an attack on faith or God or any of that. TLDR, in case you don't know what creationism is, God love you. I'm unfortunately about to strip that blissful ignorance away from you. Creationism is the idea that the world and all the creatures on it were created in their current form by the Abrahamic
intelligent
God.
Design.
There's a woodchuck in my yard. Okay, atheists, you say that God didn't create the world and all the creatures on it. Why is there a woodchuck in my yard? Anyway, it's the belief that the world and all of the creatures on it were created in 7 literal days by the Abrahamic God. Oftentimes, creationist beliefs go hand in hand with the denial of many different branches of science. Everything from biology to chemistry, geology, and most of the natural sciences. This is because a general understanding of what we know about all of those fields disproves the fact that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Now, this is where it's very important for me to add that most religious people and most Christians are not creationists. Creationists make up a very small subset of that. You do not have to be a creationist in order to be a Christian, and if you are a Christian, you don't have to be a creationist. You are completely able to accept and understand all of the beauty and science of this world and still be able to believe in a higher power and a creator. So none of this video is an attack on anyone's faith. We are here to talk just about actual science. And that goes for everyone watching this video who doesn't believe in creationism. Don't, for the love of whatever God there may be, turn this into an opportunity to be like, haha, religion bad. It is mega cringe. I don't want to see it. Stop it. Don't do that shit, all right? It's not 2013 anymore. Anyway, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive right into this. Chapter 11, Interpreting the Fossil Record with the History of the Earth. It is so hot in here. I also just need to say that. That's another reason we're ripping the goddamn ceiling out, because it is. You guys thought I didn't have my thermometer, did you? You see that? Took it off the wall because I'm like, I'm gonna need that. And then I did. I quick drooled on you. I quick drooled on you. Pause. Okay, yeah, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit in here, so that's nice. I love that for most of the year this room is, you know, completely unlivable because it's too cold, and then for the rest of the year it's completely unlivable because it's too hot. Conflicting views of the beginning. That God is the creator of this world is an undeniable truth. Can't argue with that, I guess. If that's your truth, it's a lowercase t truth. It's like, speak your truth, queen. The founders of modern science supported the truth of creation, and the laws and principles of science also affirm it. Nevertheless, many scientists today have rejected creation. Instead, they credit chance, time, and energy with the origin of the universe and all that makes up the physical world. The belief that the universe and all that is in it originated by natural processes over billions of years is referred to as evolution. Contrasted with evolution is the biblical principle of special creation. Instead of relying upon thoughtless chance, time, and energy, special creation depends on a creator, the omnipotent, all-powerful, and omniscient, all-wise God. I'm just saying right now, not to throw shade at the big G up there or anything, but if he was all wise and all powerful, why the fuck did he make us eat and breathe through the same tube? That seems like a bit of a design flaw. Unless, I guess we were created in his image, so he also has the design flaw. Maybe that makes me feel a little better, actually. Special creation refers to God's work of calling the universe and all that is in it into existence ex nihilo, out of nothing. This is a really good example between sort of the difference between, you know, scientific consensus and faith. And again, nothing wrong with faith, but here they're trying to imply that somehow thoughtless chance, time, and energy is a worse explanation than Magic Guy went, I don't know, and maybe it's just because I'm not like a religious person, so I'm not steeped in this, but like, isn't that like more of a stretch to try and understand than evolution
Don't be
happening?
silly.
Call me crazy, I don't know. Theistic evolution is a modified form of evolutionary hypothesis which attempts to reconcile the Bible and evolution. According to this view, God created all living things through a process of evolution. This theory states that God was responsible for the initial creation of life, but then employed the evolutionary process to complete his work. Although some Christians accept this view, most realize that it is not compatible with the biblical record or the established principles of science. I don't know if it's incompatible with the Bible, because I'm not as well versed in that. Genesis 6:4 and Numbers 13:33. Those are both numbers, yeah. Book of Numbers? That's crazy. I thought that was called the Yellow Pages. But I would also say that I don't think that's necessarily incompatible with the established principles of science. It is a little bit of a God of the gaps, where it's kind of like, because we don't know exactly what the moment was that life was created, you could just say that God did that, and then evolution explains the rest. So if that's where you want to believe in God, sure. That means at least you're not denying evolution, which is quite literally undeniable. I'm sure there's going to be some people who disagree with that. I don't know how they've made it this far, which would be pretty amazing. Thank you for giving this a chance if you've made it this far and, you know, don't believe in evolution. But I promise you, it literally is. Like, we have an extensive fossil record that shows the evolution of organisms. There's that fucking woodchuck again. Oh my God, he's so cute. He's so round. Can I get a photo of him? He's just going to look like kind of a brown ball on the yard. Okay, let's talk a little bit about geology. We must understand and acknowledge that man has been an observer of the Earth's history only since his creation, and that modern science has been studying the Earth for only 400 years or so. Geologists are therefore limited to observing the Earth as it is today. They cannot speak authoritatively about the Earth as it was in the beginning or in ages past. Therefore, science cannot make authoritative statements about the origins of the Earth. This is just not even true. That's just what geologists do. I don't even know how to, like, it's debunked by the mere existence of modern geology. Another big thing that this book delves into is the classic kind of creationist talking point of complaining about uniformitarianism, which is the idea in geology that the processes we see before us today have always been the same, for the most part, for all of Earth's history. And so we can use the geologic and hydrologic processes we see on Earth today to explain the conditions of the Earth in the past. Creationists don't really like this, because in order for the Earth to have ended up looking like this in just, you know, a handful of thousands of years, you know, processes would have needed to have acted completely differently in the not too distant past. So, like, yeah, of course these processes take place at different rates in different areas, but no shit. If Mount St. Helens had erupted 1 million years ago, the exact same thing would have happened to the ash that would happen right now. And geologists, get this, would be able to apply what happens in front of us right now to understand that volcanic eruption 1 million years ago. So they would find the compressed rock that is made out of the ash from that volcano that maybe has a canyon through it, and they would know to themselves, this was probably formed rather quickly because it was volcanic ash, because it works the same way now. While this misunderstanding is obviously goofy, it may kind of seem like it doesn't really matter, because it's like, well, what's the big implication here? Well, here's the big implication here. Totally. Oh, the battery died. Girl, you've been here for fucking 20 minutes. I need you to relax. Oh yeah, baby. Got my 75-foot long extension cord for a reason. See? This is why God created the 75-foot long extension cord. Few geologists dispute the strata surrounding the Grand Canyon were laid down by the sea, but many geologists dispute the length of time that was required for the layers to be deposited. They really don't. Or if they do, it's like, you know, within a reasonable geologic time span. They're not disputing it in the same way that these people are disputing it. Uniformitarian geologists believe that the sea may have covered Arizona several times over millions of years, and that the strata were deposited during these inundations. They say that millions of years of subsequent erosion by the Colorado River carved the canyon, but many Bible-believing scientists believe that the Grand Canyon strata were deposited by the worldwide flood described in the Bible, and that the canyon itself was cut quickly by runoff from the flood. So that's why this is important, people, because what the fuck? If all of this sediment was deposited in one event, it would probably be, get this, pretty uniform, because it was one event worth of sediment that was all deposited at once. So you might get some changes, but you're not going to get this layer cake like you do with the Grand Canyon. You know why? Because that same process is happening today. It's called uniformitarianism. So I don't know what this argument is. We have extensive geologic knowledge about the Grand Canyon. It is probably the single most well-studied geologic feature on the entire planet. So pretty much just saying nuh-uh is not going to cut it here. Sorry. After this, it moves to a really great little section called Bible-believing scientists of the past, to show that, many of the greatest scientists of the past were creationists, and for that matter, were also Bible-believing Christians. They believed that God had supernaturally created all things, each with its own complex structure.
Are they really going with people in the past who knew far less and had far inferior technology, also believed in the Bible and also believed our outdated belief? So this proves us to be correct. We had to discover germs in order to increase our lifespan. I guess that's just like conspiracy, and we should go back to when we misunderstood germs and never use soap and never wash and never have a shower or clean. Yeah, no, that's a great argument.
For its own unique process, or its own unique purpose. I can't read. The thing that I just want to point out is in this gigantic list of all of these scientists, pretty much all of them end by, like, the very early 1900s. There's one that's John A. Fleming in electronics from 1849 to 1945, and as far as I can see, that is the most recent of any of the people on this list. There's ones in here that are from fucking 1570. Johannes Kepler. Are we surprised?
Kepler. Hold on. Darwin's well-known Origin of Species was published in 1859. Though scientists proposed less developed evolutionary theories as early as the mid-1700s.
That are from fucking 1570. Johannes Kepler. Are we surprised at all that a guy in 1570 was a creationist? It's really funny to be like, see guys, look at all these dudes that were creationists, and then just refer to a time in history where it was the best understanding that we had of the world because we hadn't discovered science.
The modern father of creationist movement was hydrologist Dr. Henry Morris. He founded the Creation Research Society in 1963 and co-founded the Christian Heritage College in 1970.
Science yet. It's like, no shit. Wow, Blaise Pascal, you were born in 1623 and died in 1662. Why didn't you believe in evolution? Okay, chapter 11.2, the record of the rocks. So this chapter starts off with giving a definition of what fossils are, which is very helpful, and then it moves to talking about how a fossil is formed. In order for a plant or animal to become a fossil, it must be protected from scavengers and decomposition. Most of the time, this occurs when the organism is quickly buried by waterborne sediments. What do you think they're going to say next? Drum roll, please. Conditions like those we would expect to be present upon the Earth during and immediately following a worldwide flood. Obviously, Christian geologists and uniformitarian geologists have different views about the fossil record. Uniformitarian geologists interpret the fossils of the Earth's crust as evidence of evolution. They believe that the fossil record demonstrates a progression of simple organisms to a more complex organisms over millions of years. Like, that's just exactly what it shows. We literally have hundreds of millions of years of evolution shown in rock layers, where we can see organisms changing over time. So it's not just like a belief. Like, you look at that, and what the fuck else are you going to explain about it? See, that's another thing I'm noticing here, is they'll kind of like invoke the Bible, and then say, so it's not just like a belief. Like, you look at that, and what the fuck else are you going to explain about it? See, that's another thing I'm noticing.
Pretty standard.
Just like a belief. Like, you look at that, and what the fuck else are you going to explain about it? See, that's another thing I'm noticing here, is they'll kind of like invoke the Bible, and then say, you know, scientists believe this dumbass shit, and they don't really explain how the Bible is supposed to explain the thing that they're poo-pooing because it's incompatible with the Bible. Isn't this a fucking textbook? Shouldn't this be explaining shit to me and not just making me be more confused? Here it moves into complaining about the geologic column. The idea that older stone and organisms are found lower, and, you know, it gets younger as you go up, for the most part. Obviously, things change and the Earth moves, but that's the general trajectory. The geologic column, Earth's shaky foundation. Holy shit, that's good. We got a graph of the geologic column, and one of the values is called assumed events. These include primitive apes, whales, first modern mammals, giant insects, first reptiles, extinction of trilobites, you know, but we're just fucking guessing. It's like, oh, we have a bunch of rocks all stacked on top of each other where there's trilobites that all look a little bit different throughout time, and then they disappear and there's none here today. Complete conjecture, let's just assume they evolved. Although it is presented as conclusive evidence for evolution, the geologic column crumbles upon closer inspection. The first problems with the geologic column is that the succession of fossils it indicates occurs nowhere in the world. There is not a place on the Earth where you can see the complete geologic column at one time.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I can't believe that they give this to children. I can't believe they give this to children. These are the same people that talk about, they fucking complain about indoctrination, and then they give this to children. Okay, this is a photo of the geologic column. This is what they're talking about. You've seen this image before. It shows life changing through time. That's because this is a fucking diagram depicting life all over the world. This is life on Earth as it evolved and changed throughout time. Nowhere on the fucking planet has all of this, because how the fuck would you get all of this in one place? We know this column because you're pulling from different places all over the planet at different time periods because they're only preserved in different places around.
I think the most incredible thing is that this video needed to be made. The fact that this exists is insane. Like, what the fuck, America?
On the world. I'm crashing out over a book about creationism. So when you find a really good fossil record from a certain area, it's normally only for a certain time span. I just did a video on the La Brea tar pits. You should go check it out. It's like a great window into like a time period of about 10,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. That's it. If you go to the La Brea tar pits, you're not going to find a fucking, like, you know, T-Rex in it. It then talks about radiometric dating. It's going to do the classic thing that every pseudoscientist does where they claim that radiometric dating doesn't work, they claim that radiocarbon dating doesn't work. Pretty much anything that's able to disprove their idea, they're just like, nuh-uh. So, no, bullshit. Radiometric dating does work. Another problem within the geologic column are that fossils are commonly found in the wrong order and apparently undisturbed strata. Either the rocks contain fossils they should not contain, according to the geologic column, or they do not contain the proper sequence of fossils that they should contain. Do you want to give an example of that? Oh, pseudoarchaeology! Holy shit! Yo, this is gonna be sick. Examples of misplaced fossils would include fossil plant remains found in the wrong strata. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Who could forget the fossil plant remains found in the wrong strata? Modern horses found alongside or beneath their ancestors, and trilobites found in later eras. Do we want to know anything about the deposition here? Is this in flowing water? There's all kinds of geologic processes that can move things around. You guys say old on the bottom, young on the top. Anything in between that is a proof that you're wrong. It's like, no, we well know that things can move. Geology is rocks fucking moving and shit. So yeah, sometimes things can get mixed up. That's not like a 100% law that old is always on the bottom and young is on the top. Among the most interesting anomalies, however, are human fossils, prints, and artifacts found in the wrong strata, because evolutionists believe that modern humans appeared less than 200,000 years ago. These apparent anomalies pose serious problems for the evolutionary timeline. Among these anomalies are human skulls found in seemingly undisturbed ancient rocks. In the 1800s, full human skulls were unearthed and in undisturbed Pleistocene strata in Casanodolo, Italy. That is the Casanodolo skull. It is on the Awful Archaeology Wheel of Pain. I'm not going to go into all these examples because all they're doing is taking little individual discoveries and they're like, see? That was a little bit different than the order that they say it is. Even though every single archaeologist or geologist or paleontologist know that there's going to be a little plus minus, and they actually work to explain those discrepancies instead of using a single discrepancy as an excuse to wave away an entire field of science that is well established. But this is just classic pseudoscience, where they pick one thing where they're like, see, here was a time science was wrong about a thing, or here's a way it's very slightly different in a nuanced way. And therefore, here is your right to wave away all of the science that challenges your worldview. Okay, effects of the flood.
Can't wait.
We can be sure that the flood occurred as the Bible tells us, but we cannot determine the exact geological effects of the flood upon the earth.
Authoritarian context, what do you mean? Elaborate, please.
From reading the scriptural account. Too bad Noah didn't save any of the geologists. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff talking about Noah's Ark. Thrilling. The Ark was designed to hold a pair of every kind, not necessarily species, of animal on Earth. Well, that's a dick move. Okay, wow, that's just 4 pages explaining Noah's Ark and saying that it happened because the story of Noah's Ark exists. So that's good enough evidence for me. Geologists recognize that floods and other catastrophes have been part of Earth's history. Geologists understanding that something we see today has been able to happen for all of Earth's history. I don't know, I heard that whatever it is doesn't exist though, so it must be different. Thus far, however, most uniformitarian geologists are not ready to admit to the fact of the Genesis worldwide flood. Admit to the fact. Like they know, they just don't want to admit it, you know? Oh man, this raises my blood pressure. The very existence of a fossil implies catastrophic burial. This is true because in order for a fossil to form, it must be buried quickly before it decays and its bones are scattered or decomposed. As a rule, conditions conducive to quick burial occur only in catastrophic events such as volcanic eruptions, landslides, mudflows, or floods. Not necessarily. It could also be falling in a river and being covered by sediments. It can be sinking to a bottom of a lake and being covered by sediments. It does not have to be catastrophic, but they are saying this in order to prime the pump to think that the only way fossils are able to form is from one gigantic, you know, like fucking Michael Bay-ass movie event. Lack of transitional forms. Oh my god. Have you guys seen that clip from, what is it from? Is it Futurama?
Why has no one found the missing link between modern humans and ancient apes?
We did find it. It's called Homo erectus.
No one has found the link between apes and this Homo erectus.
It's called Homo
organisms over time. There would be many fossils of intermediate forms, but this is not the case. Oh my god. It's just so sad watching someone try and talk about science when it's not even that they don't understand it. I mean, they don't understand it, but they just don't want to understand it. Yet not one transitional fossil has been found. What the fuck do you want a transitional fossil to be? Do you want like a fucking half lizard and then the other half is like that woodchuck in my yard or something like that? Like, what are you expecting from a transitional fossil? I mean, they're not expecting anything. This is just a nuh-uh. Archaeopteryx. I love Archaeopteryx. A fossil bird is a link between reptiles and birds. A closer look at Archaeopteryx, however, reveals that it was evidently a true bird, with completely modern flight, feathers, and hollow bones like most birds today. It did have some unusual features, such as a small breastbone, teeth, an elongated tail, and claws on its wings, but several birds, including some still alive today, share many of these features. So you're saying that this is a fucking transitional fossil? It's literally the thing you're asking for. It's not a true bird. It's an ancient bird that has some characteristics of fucking reptiles that aren't seen in a lot of birds today because most of them don't have those anymore because they've changed. What the fuck? Okay. Species versus kind. The biblical kind is usually a broader category than our modern term species. For example, it is likely that the gray wolf, the red wolf, the coyote, the dingo, and the domestic dog, 5 different species, all belong to the same biblical kind, and that they are all trace their lineage to a single pair of canines. Creationists recognize that the origin of new species within a kind does occur. The origin of new species within a kind, however, is not the same thing as changing one kind into another.
It's just fucking nonsense.
What? So, hold on. Okay.
What did it say there? The word kind is used to Genesis 7:2, which has the commandment from God to Noah to take pair of kinds of animals onto the ark.
So, you believe that gray wolves, coyotes, dingoes, and all the different types of domestic dogs came from one canine. Yeah? And it was through a process called evolution. How the fuck? So if they acknowledge that that's possible to happen, why the fuck would it be wrong to say that that's always been happening? Oh my fucking god. Okay, you know what? That camera's dead. I'm charging that camera now. Fucking, we're gonna just roll with this. All right, we're gonna breeze through this last little section because I'm getting real fucking sick of this. The evolution of man, a mistaken belief. I'm gonna just go to the bold thing that's sticking out to me. No missing links in the supposed chain of human evolution have been found. Oh my god. Okay, but they have though. We have a really good chain of the human evolutionary tree. We know how this works. I know I said my whole thing about transitionary species earlier, but as far as like the missing link, we found a shit ton of them. Play the fucking Futurama clip again.
Oh, I've got you now.
The alleged transitional forms that evolutionists have proposed over the years can be considered either 100% ape or 100% human. No, you're the one doing that. You're doing that in order to make it seem like a transition can't happen. But you're not going to say that because then you have to talk about how things change, how kinds change. Oh man, Neanderthals. The fossil evidence suggests that these individuals were intelligent, used tools, paint, and fire, and buried or cremated their dead. Thus, there is little doubt that these fossils were 100% human and represent either an extinct race of humans or humans with vitamin deficiencies that caused unusual skeletal features.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man. So, you know, I'm going to go with the first one. They're not an extinct race of humans. They are an extinct species of humans. It's not that hard. Holy shit, I got to take a photo of that. I know this is dead, but my God. The views of origins: evolution, creation by chance, and special creation, creation by God. Special creation is like the Chad emerging out of the light, and evolution, creation by chance, is like half a human form, like crawling out of like this green ooze. Good argument, but I've already depicted myself as the result of divine creation and you as the half-human crawling out of the primordial ooze. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. This is a good meme format, guys, actually. I'm gonna get a really nice high-res image of this, get a screenshot of this. If I don't see this image in a meme format pop up on my feed for like a completely unrelated topic to anything we've discussed today, I'll be very disappointed. Okay. Finally, we're at the end of this chapter. I've glanced over a lot of it because I just can't fucking do it. And we end with
yeah, they
creation,
are a little bit, you're
the
right.
only reasonable belief.
Makes sense,
Despite
though.
appearances to the contrary, evolution remains a belief, not a proven historical or scientific fact. I love when creationists try and disregard evolution by saying it's just a belief, because that argument would also work for them, where what they believe is also just a belief, so guess we're on equal footing then. Neither creation nor evolution can be proved scientifically, because science deals only with the events that are presently observable and experimentally repeatable. The creation versus evolution debate is not about what science says, but about what man believes. They are both presuppositions accepted by faith. As a scientific hypothesis, evolution is a failure. It is contradicted by the evidence, it is based on faulty theories and circular reasoning, and it is inconsistent with scientific reality. But most important, evolution fails as a hypothesis because of the lack of transitional forms. As we have seen, the gradual change of one kind into another kind is impossible. Wait, what? Oh, that's their word for species. Why do they have to make this shit so confusing? Because the transitional forms would not have been fit to survive. Why the fuck not? What about the transitional form between that, you know, that canine and the fucking gray wolf? Where's the transitional form for that? Shouldn't there be one? They changed, didn't they? Or was it suddenly that the canine gave birth to a litter of puppies? One was a coyote, one was a gray wolf, and one was a fucking Pomeranian. You can tell that these people aren't scientists because they'll just be like, that theory is wrong, and then give absolutely no better explanation. The lack of transitional forms is most clearly illustrated in the supposed evolution of man. Although Darwin and other early evolutionists were confident that transitional forms between man and his ape-like ancestors would eventually be found, discovery after discovery merely reinforces the fact that man has always been man. It most certainly does not. That is literally just a straight-up lie. Here is the evolutionary tree of humans. I'm sure we will find a lot more. Still waiting on Denisovans. We have fragments. We're gonna find more of them. I can't believe that you can just say this shit and assume that kids are gonna believe it because you don't give them access to phones and you homeschool them or something like that. What a fucking crime against humanity. On the contrary, belief in special creation is a reasonable belief supported by the fossil record. In fact, in light of the evidence, special creation is the only reasonable explanation for the origin of life. However, we believe in special creation not because of the fossil evidence, but because God's word says that God created the universe.
Cringe.
Please clap. I can't believe they just give that to kids. And then they're the same people that complain about like indoctrination. You know, where they're like, I can't believe that like the woke media wants to teach our kids about like American slavery. I reserve the right as an American to brainwash my kid into not thinking that science is real. I said this at the beginning of the video and I'll say it again. You do not have to believe in creationism to be a Christian or to believe in God or to have a faith system. This book is capitalizing on the misconception that science and faith are incompatible with one another. Since many of the fundamental parts of religion were created at a time where we didn't have explanation for for these things, it can feel as if they're incompatible with one another. But it's my belief, and the belief of many others, that you can still believe in God or a higher power or a divine presence or whatever the fuck you want, and still understand and accept the way that the world works. I'm a very science-oriented person, but I consider myself to be a little bit spiritual, and I derive a huge sense of meaning and purpose from what we have been able to derive about science. The fact that the odds of my existence and that your existence are so infinitesimal that in the vast oblivion of the fucking universe, we are here. That's fucking incredible. And that's not to undermine people who feel as though their meaning and purpose comes from being created in the image of a divine creator and that they were sent here for a specific purpose. That's equally as inspiring. So the thing that frustrates me about this is literally nothing to do with religion or about faith or anything like that. It is the fact that this is a textbook clearly made for children that is indoctrinating children with pseudoscience. I don't know how else to say it. Anyway, that was a bit exhausting. And now I get to go back to scripting a much longer video about much more egregious creationism. So you guys look forward to that one. All right, folks. If you enjoyed this video and I was able to keep you company while you, did your dishes or folded your laundry, I'd appreciate if you could leave an interaction on the video.
I will. There you go. Not a problem. I'm gonna have to cut it early, but we will do a stream later, like in 5 hours or something. So if people still want to watch and you're around, tune in then, same place. Hopefully John's internet will be working by then. I was hoping that it would come back by the time that we got to this point that I had to leave, but it has not. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to end the stream.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. But we will be back later with another stream tonight. In the morning for Americans. Probably, fuck it, I don't know, like mid-afternoon for Euros. You know, if you're here. So, yeah, come back then. This has been the Monday stream, I guess. Tuesday here. So, yeah, I will see everybody later. I will not be raiding because I cannot be bothered going into the back end of Twitch. Unless John is there and he can do it. But no idea. Anyway, I'm going because I need to go and get my license. I will talk to you guys later. Goodbye.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir.